That is the new quote-unquote optimal one. That does less than the previous one.
It's okay. Join us in the Ryu journey.
That character is so overtuned that like, I genuinely think that if they don't nerf him quickly, it's just going to turn into Ryu for the first half of the game.
No, we have to wait till Blaz or one of the kids win first.
The thing is, like, they were already doing well.
Yeah.
But like, Angry Bird, like pretty much every single pro I saw on Twitter is like, there's no reason not to play Ryu now. Because the problem is, the only character who actually goes even with Ryu is Ryu now.
Yeah.
Is,
oh yeah, he's the best Shoto now for sure. So.
He's just the best character, man. Like, even JP, who everyone thought would be a menace when this patch came out due to the system mechanic changes,
right,
is still worse off than Ryu.
Interesting.
And traditionally that matchup's really bad for Ryu, and now JP kind of can't do anything if he has level 1.
Interesting.
Which is wild, that the best zoner in the game just can't zone.
He had his plan.
I'm okay with JP being bad, I'm not okay with Ryu being this good. Thank God.
I'm like on the golden stuff right now. Like, no, I don't want to go beyond 6 books. And it's like, fuck. Oh,
I got it.
Or super, or you know,
something. It's like, and those are kind of like that actually needs like so yeah, I use everything. Oh my God. You can pick the dead button. I don't know what default is, but as PlayStation, one of the things are was they showed off like the new PlayStation made by PlayStation officially branded and the kitchen wire, and then you probably would want a macro or something. So we were like, oh, okay, this is cool, good, wireless. Your laundry, your thanks.
because like that's the thing.
Like eating heavy
Or whatever. That part grows
Hear me out. Hear me out. Light medium heavy. Special. Yes. Like that? Yeah. And then you can just either do this, or you can do it like this. I added one more thing to Pocket Box. You know, like, what optimal layups would be or whatever. But he ended up playing the 4 buttons in the middle, and then of course over here, and the other 6 are dropped in, or then they come at all. It's like, alright, that makes sense.
Like, I saw it.
Oh, really?
This is the
Oh, I did not expect that to be my HCP.
Oh my god, I think
I don't know how long it's
you got a lot more.
Does it work in me that way than it is like that or something?
Yeah.
Oh no, Wi-Fi. I can't believe we were playing on Wi-Fi.
It's not like we're all setting that one around.
The problem is like it's all in your head. It's like stuff like literally no one thinks that. That is just the god. That's not enough in your head. I know I got the same gremlins, but literally no one thinks that. No one has ever said that.
Odd, because he never ever looks like the most fucking calm. This is the whole guy on the side.
An hour and a half early. As soon as they open up the camera, people stand in front, pacing back and forth.
I was like, am I dead from this? No way.
Take your shoes off and like come on.
God, thank Christ.
Alright, and you have like whatever laptop thing, you bring like a head-on. Unfortunately, where laptop is supposed to go, once that was done before, laptop on, plug that in, fucking everyone's here, here's like a clinking of the cup as he's going around, because that's funny, background of reviews, which is crazy, because you always got like 90s on all there.
More look at
Maybe that's what.
Oh, okay. Looks up for me, I guess.
I already know I'm probably not gonna be a lot, but I already know. It's gonna be like the most fun.
Oh, yeah. You see all the pictures of posting on the side? I didn't know you could do that. Like, you see him moving your waist up, so this is Trump.
I don't know if that's happening every time.
I don't know why, like, I feel like and then you see someone posting, oh, you're like, you're working.
Well, because it is
It's so funny. Full tax special. What do you think of the Marvel thing? Full tax. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arc 6 Marvel game. 4v4 Arc 6 Marvel game. What was true that like half an hour ago? I used to. I've heard of it. Yeah. 2D, Arc 6 ass, 4v4 Marvel.
Oh, come on.
It probably means that like
Yeah, and they had like a whole part of the trailer that was like, oh,
yeah,
how it happened. He's like, I got a call from somebody asking me, do you want to go out for drinks? And I went out for drinks with him. And suddenly he was like, hey, do you like think you could handle tackling a big project? What if you say if I asked you to do it? Yeah. What if they do that?
do we know which arts is
If you have a kickbox money, which art that's out something like that. I don't really funny.
That super does not sound right. I'm so used to the English.
It's not touching. So yes.
You know what? I can see it. That was really
This is the same time with the direction that you're on here. It's like,
I think that could be like
it takes a bit more effort to do it. And I'm like Gone doing whatever losing it for cancel. I'm kill this install where you just get 80 dashes and the dash gives you the I'm just like, oh my god, it's so good.
it's so funny. It's so funny.
Still is all my favorites. I'll try.
It's fucking super, the regular super. I think Hero after Flash and tracks all over the same. Yeah, I think it's Hero after Flash. players.
That'll be like, or
It's just like, why? I guess why not?
it's all it's they have
Like, do something smart. I think it has 0 for you can just look at anywhere. I think they wanted to do it. You have 5 bars? Spider-Man, Ghost Rider, Star-Lord.
Oh, I have to correct my term. Top six. Thank you.
See what the other options are. Yeah, so it's one of those games that has a more like visually like it's like it just has to be one of those like you have to start with
Lord, Storm. It's not like that Marvel game they just showed off, but like something's thrown, like don't come out.
like all of these are Marvel Rivals. Except well, Doom is not.
Technically.
I just think like the one I would say like the one thing that Aiden gets right I guess the fact that they implement circle hopping. Yeah.
Probably only way I've actually called I don't watch that.
We're just literally not doing it.
Talking about the new movie.
Yeah, we were watching State of Play earlier. I was like, okay, that was
Nice.
Yeah, but we gotta play 3v2. I'm gonna try to play later this
I was like, this was definitely not on my favorite card.
Yeah, don't do that.
It looks good too. He did. Like,
Yeah, I saw the Jeff Keighley thing where he like he's horrible for the guns, but he's a free
Nice.
It's so much more stressful now.
Because like it's supposed to be Marvel 4, so it's 4v4, all crazy.
yeah, but then literally Capcom got contacted, and that's crazy.
I think I don't know. I think because like it's not like
Can we please?
Marvel Rivals. Marvel is like completely a couple big rings of Capcom at this time. Capcom would have to take
But the thing is, like, if the or open community they're fucking putting in like Strive or even worse, reboot characters, like.
I think it's like
it's like 30 seconds. Like a minute.
it could have been hard to play.
Yeah.
I'm still the Marvel people thought about their options as well, and they just like the most
Oh no! Oh, that's so ass! Oh dear God!
Yeah, it has that like elements of this, elements of being
every tie game nowadays does actually have. They already have his, but I don't know where it's
actually
Yeah, I hope so. No, we don't.
So much damage. I think I just play Ryu for this matchup. Like honestly, like
Every matchup.
for every matchup, like
yes, it's like
her bad matches feel atrocious now. Oh come on, Honda, stop being fat.
well, that I think it kind of makes sense. think Capcom has enough focus to actually like make the trend. If anything, he probably just won't do it himself. Oh shit!
What you said is like I didn't try it. Oh shit! So Marvel trying.
It does look good.
Yeah, I'm trying to use float then right, so I gotta hold up and I gotta move forward.
I don't know what you meant.
So you ended up driving because if you fuck up, you get
My name is like.
was that for a long
Well, it's really weird.
I don't dislike it. It's good.
Okay.
I don't know something about the visuals.
That game, I'm glad they made a beta of it. They haven't played the market. Well, Elliot came up with me. I don't know what happened. I can't I think
You are his guardian.
when you're play testing, dude, like focus groups.
His spirit's not here.
Why is you not test? I was just over is everyone on time? And they were like, oh, this is great. I love it. Yeah, this is I tried it for a while. This is so when Nick. Yeah.
Oh, what's that now?
Yeah, 7 now.
Whoa,
You ready for it?
I'm just wasting my finger, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to take the win.
Mama saw from that time. It's
Yeah, you're the that's the extra. That's a bonus. Yeah, but this is what is it? Not a next old Parker, yeah. Really? Parker threw a bunch of my mom had a bunch of cookies in one in the bag.
I didn't even know Parker even tried like
I mostly bought this because well, this would be if it's their birthday
it's like this was like a really limited run.
This is my first egg, but I had the white one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only right. What is a stick? You could that is like the business. Yeah, I'll tell them
Well,
right.
it's
probably fun, but I think
the problem with this is that this is the kind of thing that you have to dismantle from the
yeah. I had this mental wants to clean it up. So that's a pan. I'm hoping for because I was like, okay, you guys can do PPV zap, but do on the stick because the trap is on stick. For the inside, like, you can just tighten it. They can see if it works.
First round.
I think it's just a big reveal.
It's a big reveal.
Marvel 4.
Marvel 4 made by Arts.
I can't believe
I'm actually excited.
Oh! It's definitely not like anything I've ever seen. Honestly, if this is crazy, both Hunter x Hunter and Marvel and Marvel game. Alright, that's it.
Because like in that artists publish dating all of the part of next year's
I'll tag it Girl and then become Beyblade. Girl is Beyblade. That was definitely.
But it probably will be like
I like those.
unless the game is really doesn't. Which
Beyblade. He's like, no, you can go back. There's back to the street technically. It doesn't. Erwin doesn't work.
Oh yeah, we get yet another selection of the Yuki character because we're getting her in that impact as well. We're just gonna knock up every game. I have Street Fighter, Kenny.
What about
Yeah. Yeah, she's not doing it. Oh, is she one of those? I know she did once.
Back then. If it did, it was why.
Oh yeah, Carla ladies, yeah.
I know from definitely voiced by
She was like,
Oh,
it might, who knows?
I just told me on the handful of that. I want to use the light
Not that good. Not.
it's crazy in this game. Oh! All those big nice.
Please still work. I never tested that, so I was like, if this just doesn't work, then that.
I did learn. We do play later. I did learn Galleon. The characters. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think he's ready for it. Let's go, Justin. I think it's so fun to play.
I really don't. Well, it does like, it's so weird. It's like, I'm doing like,
Everyone is playing.
it's weird.
Like, I'll
admit,
like I already know.
I think this is still like the worst.
She's not good. She really is.
Really?
It's an aggressive, it's really
Like,
hard to
break it down.
You can, like, even her super, with her grab, you can jump it on.
But literally, the game tells you that you're
Okay. Isn't that kind of the thing? Like, a good amount of characters, at least when you like lose the fail.
So it's good.
Like, you're correct.
But then you're gonna go for like straight or player lane, and don't go for command.
yeah,
And then you get either do regular throw or
yeah, hard. Close to it.
Like that normal is really like it looks big, but it's not big. And then it doesn't hit like your good. You have to confirm to the X color on it.
even if you miss convert into
Like all I
like
agree because like I don't think the Tempest is sick like as the character that you play. I think that like Flick is a fucking really cool move. You can have like I don't know satisfaction.
What were you trying to get? Walk up hand grab? Okay. Sweet. What type of fucking hard read is this?
I understand. Because like yeah, I don't think Protection is like the sickest character. Like not even close.
Skills on either ultimate meteor
I have like some favorites. And I think he's still
it means that you probably won't get super as much, which is I kind of complete.
Hey, Monty.
If you actually got him like that off,
Nice.
I was like Poacher easy as a.
Oh,
Not even that.
Ow.
Like, I found some, like, combo with this, but it's really not.
The only combo I know of is if you get hit by like the big man, you do anything like
Oh, but oh, what a move now.
I haven't played yet. Is it true?
Really, the height of it. Even if you're just like doing it, but somehow put it to each version of the you get 3 cents on either L or H.
There's some routes that are really I really need this route where you do.
Well,
What I do is I think I do one for like
if you already have the bar setup, you get up, you can do your 6-6 switch. You should have been almost 6-6 and then you get the first one. You have like 0 years. Or you have older resources and you have 2 to 56 U. But it's kind of resource heavy, so it's like honestly, like as long as you're any level somehow in each version of then you get which is the most important. You always want to end your sequence so that you set up the bigger fall and then you make it guess.
Oh, you're still in the air. I don't have too much time in here. Oh shit, I thought you were like too far away from it.
Game.
Yeah, no, I'm like, no, I would spend the last 40 minutes watching you.
Come.
Seems interesting. Not that much, but it's
That's what our system works on next.
We're gonna make years later.
Dragon Ball.
Wow.
Like when you're in a match, as long as like that works, they're pretty far.
The way they set up the
All these things. Hopefully they're fixing that. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe something easier.
I don't know if like one day they would that was install fucking
Really, he's always at the end for everything. But like,
I might have a tiny. Let's see. It's funny is that a lot of those blocks are just mostly not designed to the first time. You're not designed to be perspective.
Oh, okay.
You just do the same setup. When you're in the camera instead. If you have it.
Yes, please.
If you're really fucking desperate, he gets dead. This program installed 5 times for 5 years.
Sorry.
Sorry. Like literally do anything on this. No. You're so
You don't have the story USB sticker, right? You have the story USB right now.
Yeah, I have that. I haven't this whole time. I wasn't in high school that saw the time kids not
even though it's like, yeah, it was like, you know, you're insulting to not getting much for like bad.
So, like, either they were the armor or they were the arms. You can't have both. Oh, yeah.
Probably not gonna really talk about that stuff until like the next season.
I don't know.
Maybe where is it?
Every other worship card I'm not doing armored out of the fucking from 5 miles away.
No, it's fine. There's some kids that are broken
Oh, let's go.
You can keep it, Jim.
No, I haven't. I've really been surprised. No, not really.
Why? This thing is from B-side.
It's made by the Corp or playing game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that and you control a platoon, and they're all AI guys. So you have like X-Men? No, like they're kind of AI shooting things. Like that when you die, then you jump to the other one. So
Like first person.
it's in first person. Yeah, they multiplayer. It's pretty much. It's actually another player.
You're like
World War
20
II.
guys.
World War II.
You're like 20 guys. There's like 20 guys who like shoot.
But the max I think that I've seen is 10. You know, like 10. And then there's like 1 player.
Guys like become a new soldier.
Yeah, it's like something like that. So you like 10, and you like 3 punch.
Like, how many people are in
I think it's one. I'm totally sure. There are some bots to fill every now and then. Yeah.
like, you might teleport to that.
No, you know. You can tell how many guys get last. It's pretty easy to tell. Like, they'll spawn like within each other and you can like you see like squatting real like World War II. You go fucking
I think you're still alive.
no, it's not one of those sadly. Yeah, I've seen the people like dogs and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, or that's like one where, like, only the
One where there's like America, like Canada shit.
Yeah, well, like, they also have it,
Funny hats.
well, they also have it set up where, like, you know, like the platoon, like the field commanders, and like,
Yeah.
and like the comms work the way they would, so like these guys can talk to your, these guys can talk to
I've got a similar where when I did Arma 3 stuff. We have like radios and things like in the game you change the actual channel and stuff. And you didn't agree with TeamSpeak. So like you there, you all be one group and like you would have a channel that was a command ad. Like
Well, they would swap over the.
you would no, like you'll be the same group, but you'd only hear the person that like switch. And also the radio it works like your radio. If you know handle, it's not gonna hear all the way outside of the island. But you got a radio pack guy, like a whole bag on thing. You can then put the call command on. Yeah, so it's like really like Gilson. Gilson has huge. I think it's a small group and just like one bunch of musicians to like half the time you end up like blowing each other off by accident. Like you do checkpoints, like with them, you have like Zeus, what is it called? The roll shot, basically, but yeah. And then you would like spawning vehicles on the road and something like the role plays in there. And like he was like just a guy and then we drive through and all of a sudden we just and the truck didn't fly or something. Or we get jumped after going like yeah, it was jump one. Yeah.
And this is like whenever people talk about Battlefield, this is what Battlefield is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because Battlefield is targeted at the audience, you kind of just be Call of Duty.
It was so fun. I remember like Magic stuff with the wall taking around. Like we, yeah. Did you see about the street? Right, like the tanks with the LEDs, like the things in the water. They did funny physics, and they can like hundreds of miles in the air. They use like one of those leap with roof chromes. Hopefully they get the new map is looks like you might be. I'm not buying it. Oh yeah.
At all.
Yeah. No, it's pretty fun because you did like specifically most of the time. Sometimes you will get hit by guys. Like a puncher kind of off. Wow. Looking more things.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, not too bad.
It's a little optimized there.
It goes out of the degree now. My apartment's gotta be like very
Yeah, your apartment's not very good.
It's all the skylights. I don't have air conditioning yet.
Yeah, that's
It can't have to be there are trees, so it wasn't as awful as it could be. Yeah, you have to run it tomorrow, so I'll be good.
like a video unit.
Oh, I actually have one. I don't know if it's on. I got like a while. I was like really hardcore with all of them. Really hard.
I have to cut when I finally do. I'll probably just tear through the entire
I mean, that was the
yeah, well, I mean,
like, it's just, it's like, bro, look that hard to launch.
no, it absolutely wasn't. And like when I added the harder stuff, it was like a great fun. It was fun to use like great. Yeah, fuck. Oh man, this fight's gonna take 20 minutes. You gotta fully optimize.
Real MMO fight.
Yeah, it was fun.
That's just so fucking wild.
Regular counter hit?
I don't know how, but okay. Sure.
The fight where it was like oh, no, you had to go like you hit him, and you keep hitting him while the meteors shut down, do the jump. Come back down, so the second meteor starts keep hitting him. So you like hit it in the next meteor, you start watching the next meteor, like
That's the normal I have in matches about it, but
people like that for 14. People like that for 14.
Yeah, I played it a bunch. I just kind of... It's also become like... MMO. Like, it's you do everything solo, basically. That's a nice, very good idea. Like, it's good that big way to like... Yeah, you don't ever have to actually interact with one of the players. You can do every single, like, mission and, like, answer questions with, like, the eye. The story is interesting, but it's the story is
Everyone says that, and I'm like, well, if the first 60 hours is horseshit, I'm not going to pay attention to the next 60.
But if you don't they did use over the years, but still. Next time we're good.
Everyone's like, oh yeah,
I don't like
heaven slow.
I did do I did it was not good. What's the story? And I didn't know I haven't played against it. And I thought they were after, but I didn't go to the movies. You gotta go to the movie that way. Yeah, you do. Oh, no, but you've already killed Odyssey. Like, yeah, it is wild. There's multiple universes. Like, world, like, not multiverses. Like, it's not something. It's like, I'm pretty sure it's similar to, like, this world kind of like Aether and then it's like all the worlds that kind of Aether darkness. I don't know what the actually. I never got into World of Warcraft. Play much?
Yeah, some stuff for work. Not for work. That's not for free too.
I don't remember.
Roguelike deck building game. How do you like, inspired? How you have like your character, how you do, like their match,
Yeah.
it's like, have all of that same shit. But instead of having one dude, we're gonna hire a train. But there's like 3 floors. We start off on the first floor, then like on the smash into each other. Then go to the second floor, the third floor, and then it gets to like tower defense. Ideally, kill them before they reach that.
Yeah, you don't let it get very high usually.
And so like a couple of waves of them will spawn in, and then like a boss will spawn in, and like that's each fight. So you do each fight, just get progressively harder each time. I kind of build up to that. And if you wait to get to the end, you can lose stuff.
Yeah.
It is very fun. I think it is way less balanced than Inspire, and that is why it is more fun than Inspire.
You want to go break and it's like having like getting so deep you can like for 3-2 you can completely get so deep so you can break and stop throwing enemies.
Like the first game, I think it's really good at rewarding you for making a really busted strategy. Second game, requires you to make a really busted
Holy
strategy.
shit, this is so
Like if you don't scale hard enough and fast enough, you just fucking lose. So, I mean, it's nice that like literally every time you break, it's gonna be like, oh man, I did this, I did this, I did this, and these synergize together, and this crazy bullshit happened in fireworks. Or it's like, if you don't have that, you're like, halfway through the run, you're like, alright, I'm just gonna die. It's over. I'm gonna die soon. Like I really like that, like the next ball, I'm just gonna fucking die. And then it's halfway. Well, this is where this run is gonna end.
I cracked straight up the rails. I think it's like a turn 2. Never touched me. I played
the first. They got a third-person shooter, and I wasn't a huge fan of the first one, but it's like one of those kind of like whenever I look at like aliens or the world, like the other planet, I'm like, what? The fucking
it looks like what's happening. So much take in when you're just don't like not playing it. Like, oh, I know I just like one item, like a lot of hidden things, a lot of you get so OP and sometimes the game stop spawning enemies. But you've like overloaded.
Oh, I just heard the words.
one of my only in my head like I don't remember what the item was, but it was basically like anytime the enemies tried to make contact with me, they took like damage. Hardwire. Yeah, he was on wire. I had like 800 stacks of wire. Oh yeah, I just kept walking into it.
There's one where you kill a boss. This boss is fucking yellow here. The boss when you run, you'll fly the full twist. And then also you get like, I don't know, stack like 100. That's making faster. Energy drinks. And it's all
So you just run around the map and just giant
the damage goes speed, by the way. So you can get so fast when it was a map, like, I look back on and like, it's so good. No, it's a fun.
yeah, I had to go before me away.
It's not like you can mod it as well as you want, like place those with co-op is where it's like, get a huge mod. Soldier from PS2 or Goku. Goku to it, yes. It was like, you power up Goku in all these bunch of stages. Yes. It's awesome. Soundtrack. Same guy. Same soundtrack. But it's like 5 years later, it's one better. So yeah, so that it's going to update. Essentially, we're going to work on the console version. They can update in parallel. And that took a while. But essentially, the game is going to get 3 people going. And so is 2, which actually going to go 2 more. And they don't want to do restraints.
Let me have one thing in Smash Bros, please. It's the only normal I can use to contest wars right now.
Here, what seem to want to kind of respect like so they're still adding the base game like I can't do it. And you can mod it. And also using that for
All it does
you get all the I think the only thing is like a character. But you get all the like enemies and you can find them how do we play this? I think that's what people talk about.
Are there 2 people who are going to use that? That's what he calls it. Like I'm playing with my son, he spends all the time doing
Like the longer you go on, the harder it's. Well, yeah, the first game. Yeah, you want to.
move fast, but you want to get a good amount of space.
Or two things, balancing like how much crap do I need to get.
Well, hunt for everything on the map.
Yeah.
And, but you need to...
I like when games like have like a ritual, relevant to that. Oh yeah, no, we're just gonna explore the entire map every single time. And it's gonna be boring as shit.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking do something like... There's a certain number of exactly stage number. When you get to the 6th stage, there's always a guaranteed gold cap on those stages. It's like worth like 6 grand. It's a red tier item, best tier item. But somewhere there's like 8 spots that spawn around there. What? So you gotta there's always a free items. Like on that way, shoot all the 5th stage and then a new boss spawn. Then it's Russell. I'm playing it since the fucking very first day. I'm not like the great one. It was also a pilot get in 3. So about like 3 times in 3. Yeah. I was watching their Tumblr looking like that.
It's funny how he does that shit.
Yeah. Because they weren't posting anything else.
Not my side.
Oh, yeah.
I started playing it, and I'm like, man, it's like the most theatrical and like, there's like so many, like, I mean, like, yes, like, what else? So like a PS3 game that's like a bunch of like random shit piled up. It's all like one thing, like it'll be one monolith texture.
Oh, I see, yeah.
It's like you like take down a door stall in a bathroom and it's just like a bunch of paper stacked up and it just like falls all over the place and then the fucking toilet would like fucking smash it down. You're like, wow, the developers making this
Like,
place.
shut the desks or anything yet?
Yeah,
Like, they like fucking explode all the things.
the developers are very excited about all the other little cool bullshit we can do now. The technology is just
It's awesome. You know what was the name like? The dev kind of. Yeah. He's an interesting. He likes like weird tripping. Like all his games like are intertwined somehow. Like his control is like fucking. There are other reasons why and stuff. They're all like alleyways.
There's also like
one of the half was like a TV show.
Yeah.
It was like one of the only things that the Xbox One had, and everyone was like YouTube. Even though Sony just started making video games that were ostensibly just games that play themselves anyway.
Aren't the most video games.
Yeah.
God, I kind of love it.
Hey, here we go. Okay, Jeff. Next. Steve, you want another?
Apparently, Soul Sauce. I don't believe anything about Soul Sauce. It's not real until I can buy that game. It's not real.
I've never played it first. I've heard people really like it. I've never really played the second game. Nice. Years ago, it's great.
I like it a lot for what it is. I was very surprised at how popular it became. I'm at the point now where, like, regardless of what the sequel looks like when it comes out, I think people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
You know, it's gotta be like, it's gonna be like this. When it's like, not, it's like gonna be like,
Stuff that was depth, like, never even, like, probably promised either. That,
like there's an element, I'd be like, I'm not gonna not say, so like, I don't mind this guy. Like a bunch of the stuff people find that I was gonna have was just
oh, yeah.
made up.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah,
But like a lot of stuff was things that like random questions that were asked in interviews. Like I mean, I don't know.
yeah, there was a really all-in comment. It was weird. That's how far that went down.
I mean, they eventually added all of these.
Yeah, man. Or,
It took a lot longer.
and they're still adding things to it. They were just like 2 days ago.
In a roundabout.
Of course, they really wanted to be the great title. It was just good and cool and vicious and new product stuff. Trying to do some interesting things. It's like, yes. It's gonna be the next thing.
There's a lot of people up on that one. Sean Murray. Should have been giving interviews. I said look deeply uncomfortable every time he had to give interviews. Well, I just don't know how uncomfortable being like, you know, for
He's better now. Learn.
Well, yeah, because he had to take
Wow, the fire.
Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, shit. Bigger.
He was good at it, yeah. He's an awkward guy. He was a big, cool game.
There's like an interview of him like after the fact. And someone's like, what's your like worst fear? He's like, oh, it's already happened. Like speaking on the stage.
Yeah.
He's like, literally something that would have happened in my life. I've already had to live that.
Yeah. Nothing can get worse though.
No, I lived it. Yeah.
That's gonna be like a life for this. No, the worst thing's already happened. Cool.
Didn't you say Poacher? You can't say that. Oh, true.
I didn't see the Dolphin changes that were made to the goat. Were you reasonably happy with the patch so far? Is that in the lab? I guess it's had a whoop. Well, don't worry about it.
I did it too early. The changes are.
Like how they call karate or something.
Rough day at work?
I mean, so fast.
Yeah, the changes are really. They're good. They're good changes. They're giving a lot of new schools. The easiest way to put it is heavy glass. I did the wrong one where he does special part of the play. You've seen it used in it's primary that one is now medium glass. So they changed so it's fucking a little bit, but now every glass is a medium glass. Heavy glass is effectively made it. So it actually strawberries. It's more of a launcher now because I got to all the way to but play until you can go that means the heavy glass you have new logos like heavy glass now. It's like it's training in the corner. And the other big change for session is let's go, Justin. So that's like also a little bit. It's hard to say. These are just like little aspects that are good for ability. I don't know if they're going to make it to match in the current meta for him right now, but I think the nurse and other characters would probably get a lot here. They have actors that are already better a little bit. Not a bad I don't know.
Come on, game. Oh, this character's buttons are absurd. Do that. There we go.
All the mechanics that were not usable have now had to be
Hey guys.
Which that's a really fair thing because that's already
They didn't nerf for this.
Really?
Yeah.
No, she got nerfed today. It's pretty
Got
good.
nerfed? Okay.
Sounds good.
where I stand in it is
She deserves it.
really happy to have you stuff obviously you guys are fresh.
She's way too safe.
I think probably
She's one of the few characters who I would argue is
I feel like too low.
Anybody really play him?
And the hitbox doesn't match the god. Like right there, he didn't touch you, but he did.
I was
I don't know. Fuck, I got someone today in online, and he was doing some weird shenanigans. I'm like, what's going on? Why can't I punish these guys? Yeah, like that bullshit. I'm like, what's going on?
good luck. They took away some of the counterplay for it, so.
I need to figure out his like.
Oh, come on, game. God, they made this character play it yourself right now. At least in this matchup.
Oh, I can combo out of lights.
Same after that. It's just weird.
This character is going to shit damage off of everything. Oh, probably one that just happened. Probably one of the biggest beneficiaries of that. A ton of her bad matchups, specifically the things she struggled with, have been nerfed, and the one like major gap in her move has been
Crazy.
That's why it's strange with the nature of the past though, is that for so much of it, so many of the characters have needed something to push it in the right direction and cost them. Next time it's Jamie as well to a degree. But for you and JT, they just took most of them. They were like, they gotta like,
They're not
help
strong
these guys out. Yeah.
I don't know why they like at the very least give one nerf to JP, one nerf. Which is like the damage is already not the problem. It's the amount of bullshit you throw at
Well, Michael was that guy is gonna benefit a lot from these situations. But we're gonna be powerless to deal with them.
Oh, that
I think
work
they should
now.
at least
Awesome.
nerf
Because of the way they changed Knuckle, that doesn't work anymore. Because after back cover kick wall, you
if
can
you're
do
blocking
Knuckle.
everything, you should be rewarded, not punished. Okay, you're still blocking, but you're still gonna die.
Yeah.
And then the fucking what's it called? The teleport is I don't know. I feel it's way too safe. You can just show up in front of you and just block it.
It's kind of like that, but
It is, but it's just online.
yeah, just like
It's so difficult to counter.
Oh, not that they make the worst character as even worse. Sorry?
No, I've never seen this guy in my life. I've seen you in my life. New person? No. Old person. Oh. Hey Ryan, how's it going? Okay. We played Spy like what 3-4 months ago? Yes. Okay. How you doing, man? Good, you? The weather? Much better than last time I came here. I'm not big on when it's so hot that I feel like I'm melting all the time, but I'm fine with the rain, honestly. I just like, it's either being hot constantly, so you know, you can go to the beach and do fun things, or be cold constantly. Don't like switch from cold to rain, hot to cold, hot to rain.
Times the one,
They
not
were
one
super
option.
shit. It was like really hot here. That's cold. You get climatizing or it's like 10 degrees outside. That feels like it's minus 20 again because you're like not used to it. It got hot and I was like, okay, I'll buy some like tomato plants from Costco, put them in my balcony. It got cold, dead. I'm gonna buy it. I mean, it is what it is, right?
I have like a 8-year-old laptop. I don't think it's gonna run. It's still a 4 gigabyte.
That's a combo breaker.
It's like a
remember when the last time I actually watched like an FGC tournament. I was probably I had a 1 before my first touch for sure.
Which is like still
It's been a while.
just not.
It's been a while,
Yeah,
yeah.
a good frame rate.
School, work, graduate student.
Yeah, no,
It's the same
first
shit,
things on the
no?
PC, I don't think it's
But yeah, I appreciate it because I don't have to be like an adult yet. You know what I mean? I don't have to worry about my salary this and salary that. I can still sort of fuck around until I graduate, and then pray to God to get a job worth getting, worth spending 10 years of upper schooling for.
I mean, I said this to Ryan. It doesn't matter if you get the good job right out of school. Kind of like, if you really want something, picture in your lifetime, I want to be there eventually. You'll find a path there. The path might be littered and all sorts of bullshit, but you'll get there eventually.
I mean, Walter White had a path that he wanted to make a lot of money, and he ended up cooking meth. He did make a lot of money. Although,
He didn't live long spending.
I didn't finish Breaking Bad. I'm there for like the first bit of season 5, I want to say. That motherfucker like pissed all his money away. He kept getting money and then having some bullshit happen where he had to get rid of all his money. Like, he's like, oh man, we gotta disappear. It's gonna cost like $5 million. So that's all I have to say is we gotta disappear.
season 5 is peak TV. It's season 5. So I can't believe he didn't finish it. That's like when people like watch that shit 3-4 episodes at a time.
Well, like the whole with the cartel guy in season 4 happens, and like, that has so much natural momentum, right? And then like going from that back to like
I didn't mean to do
what the fuck is happening in season 5 and then like kind of gone down as like a bit of a cool off. Because like when you're actually watching now,
I was glued to that.
I think I stopped watching it.
well, just because it's like the natural beat and it kind of comes down again before like.
I meant to do jump right kick, but I guess that works too.
But if you had like, you're watching this shit in real time, when it's coming out,
Oh, be miserable.
well, you had like the break, right? Where everyone was talking about it, everyone was super excited, and like amped up, so you're like, I'm gonna watch it. You had to watch it. So they're watching on streaming service.
Oh, all right.
Alright, I've watched this for like 2 weeks straight now. I am very actors.
I think the worst part of Breaking Bad is that the start of the seasons are always incomparable to the end of the seasons. So it's you're just watching the first 6 or 7 episodes of each season to get to the last 7 episodes.
Yeah, and then that shit gets real.
Oh yeah,
Every anime.
they actually made the hooligan slide worse on
It's the
that.
same shit.
Oh, come on.
You're watching it start to get to the end.
I feel like some of the better providing emotion. I just feel like with that, it's like they assume you're already locked in. So they don't really provide it. They're just like, you know, waltzing from the diner, like fucking around for breakfast, and you're like, what the hell? And he pulls out a gun, going, oh, motion they always do. Where like, that's
Unfortunate.
completely irrelevant.
But he was an old man. That's the plot. And he was, well, not an old man. I mean, he was like,
But it's been several years.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was the plot. Like, oh shit, now he's old, he's not dead, what happened?
That is the worst thing. Watch all Lost.
Oh, you watched all of Lost and couldn't get through Breaking Bad? That's great.
That's years apart. That's actually insane.
They're years apart.
Yeah, Lost is the epitome. Well, we don't know what we're doing. We don't know where we want it to go. But people are still paying us money, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Someone had those writers in a room with a gun to their head and said, make another season. Make another season. Make another season. How do we want to end the show? Kill everyone. Okay.
Thank God. Oh my God. I don't know, when I went to lab the patch notes, just there was stuff that wasn't missing.
Of, like, the entirety of the Lost story.
So usually before people could do hooligan slide into CA, you can't do that anymore.
What's the point of
It
Lost?
just doesn't work. I don't know why, because it's not so I assume it's a bull.
Well, it wasn't the North Pole.
But if it's intended, it's like,
Why
who is complaining
Why are
about
they on the
hooligan
island?
slide?
Why are they not on the island? I swear, they come back to the island.
What it is,
It's just getting mauled by people.
I don't know, man.
Why
Like,
have people been
I still
living on
don't
this
like in the
island for so
patch
long?
it's
Why
like
is
this
there
was
a French
stop hooligan. And I'm like, who is doing a hooligan here? This was just her best combo.
They just fire a gun and become the flag. No one will be happy.
No. I guarantee you something's happened like that before. Yeah, that's why.
You guys play, fight Dynamo?
I'm not.
Not like as in, I'm not liking fighting her.
Is it a gunshot? I thought it's just him eating in the diner and then it cuts to black. And someone walks in. I don't remember there being a gunshot. Why don't they? Let's say it's implied killing. Oh, it's implied. What the fuck? What
Honestly, you didn't even need to do that.
I'm talking about it for the next 30 years. That show's a little old. I haven't watched it. I just know what happens because you know you're live on work, so it tells you about the
That was bullshit.
It's like Final Fantasy VII. Everyone knows the fucking lyric, the shit, like rock.
Exactly. Everyone knows the spoiler.
It's just part of pop culture.
I'm gonna spoil the whole thing for you guys, okay?
Okay.
Bruce Willis was always dead.
Oh yeah.
Would you believe I've never played the game?
Really?
Either the remake nor the original. Never played it. I don't like turn-based RPG.
I can't help you there.
But I love Baldur's Gate 3. That shit game was fucking dope. And Divinity Original Sin I played. Yeah.
Really good turn-based games are very zen. You know, you sit there, and then you just relax.
I don't want.
Take your time fighting.
And you listen to people talk for 5 hours. That's why I couldn't get through Persona 5. Like, it's just, you're listening to people talk, and it's like, you know, I bet I should care about these people, but you haven't made me care about them yet. So why do I want to listen to them talk?
Yeah, I've heard people over here say that it's not about more, so it kind of a lot of that. It's kind of bad.
Yes, you have a chance. That's that shit.
It's
even
for some
touching.
people, right?
I mean, to be
It's a bigger
fair,
hit box than it should be.
Well, that's the one I played, so.
Oh my god.
that's not so humble and more so Kirby's Crunch Games, that's just sucking ass.
Pretty good.
I played a little bit of that. I liked it. The combat was better than.
I really
Killing a fly.
I kind of wish they just
It
applied that
rewards
nerf
that.
I'll probably buy it.
instead of just like arbitrarily changing it for certain characters.
You're gonna go back to it and not remember it.
Well, but here's the thing.
You're not doing it again.
The entire time, like literally, I played this game for like a couple weeks. Where are you? Pick it up for another couple weeks. But like, you go back to
the worst way to play a
Oh,
video game.
no. But like, you go back to it, the way that it's structured, it actually works. You're like, alright, where was I at? You have like a journal entry, like all these shadows. And you're like, oh yeah, this thing, and like, you know,
Oh, you've actually better than this now. Oh my
half
god.
of the game is just doing some comrades and like leveling up, whatever. So you do that, and I feel like you back in, and it's like the turn-based thing. You're like, oh yeah, I remember this. It's like Pokemon, but you actually have to use your brain.
Pokemon Black is a lot of fun though.
Last Pokemon I played was Emerald on the fucking Game Boy. Oh my god, it's right.
I
Yeah.
play Texas with yellow because I have all the games.
You have your Game Boy still? Does it still work?
And my original game is like the original Game Boy, the brick. It's missing the fucking plexiglass one screen.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the screen's still there.
Yeah?
But like the thick plastic on top of that's gone.
So just don't touch it.
Yeah, so that.
Okay.
Yeah. I also have a Game Boy Advance SD, the great one.
I think that's the one I grew up with. How old are you?
I'm 20.
26. Okay, shit. You are younger. Okay, fair enough. I'm talking like this guy's like 32. Like, oh, you grew up in a different
I had
era.
a lot of older fans, like I came a lot of country bands, but I had a lot of older citizens, like overhanding on stuff. I got a VCR so I can hear still. I have to fix the fucking crack it open with the fucking tape on stuff.
I bet old technology. A lot of my grandparents had a remote that comes in with a wire to the TV.
No shit. I've never even seen that.
So like the original remote was like
I've never seen one of those.
and it had like the name of the channels and you flipped the switch.
Yeah.
Like a radio dial or
Wired
some shit. And it flipped the channels. And that way you just head up and go over into the band. And that was like revolutionary.
I've never seen those.
Although you'll never lose the fucking remote.
No.
You'll never lose it.
Because it sat on the thing next to the chair. So it's always the same spot.
Oh, this phone is so much shorter now. Holy fuck. Oh, come on, game.
had 2 different frequencies. Put the frequencies on.
Thank God.
Like a
Oh, I don't, I'm surprised you actually noticed it.
We still have one really old phone. Like it can't melt, like heals you it's mounted to the wall. You melt these here, pick up the earpiece.
Oh my God.
Crank it. It doesn't work.
You have to crank it?
It will have some kind of crank.
George Washington used that.
Like, yeah, it's fucking ancient. But yeah, we still have it. It's like a month.
I wonder what whoever made the phone was thinking about making the fucking time. Like how slow it is to dial a number by going from 0 to 9. Wait for it
Simply
to go
thought
back
you'd wake
up.
up
0 to 3.
I was like, oh, this works too.
version of a thing to exist. They don't think about efficiency or experience. Just made a thing that exists, and everyone loses their mind about it. Then you iterate. That's when the I wonder if we did like the
I think it's like it kind of resists. You basically can like measure how far it would turn or something like that. You don't need like as long as
I went behind and then went back in front. I mean, at least I'm not in the
really?
corner. Well, never mind.
it does electricity makes the it's hot, it's energy.
So you set the dial, and that changes like the resistance amount, like I don't know exactly how the electronic term is.
Let's see how I can kill you.
It hits a certain temperature, and that's what causes the dial.
Cool.
I pressed. I pressed.
Or like,
I said, oh no, because I
fire, like a water thing.
Yeah.
That's got a thermometer in it, and it eats on the
literally I see that
thermometer. It's like fire goes. The thermometer cracks, and the water comes down. It's just held in by the fact that there's a thermometer blocking the water. So
Replace all that stuff.
So when it goes off, the filter will heat up, goes to the top, because it's like a very low heat thermometer, and then that's what lets the water out.
No shit, eh?
If you put a lighter under that will set it off.
Okay, so that's true. In the movies, they don't like
It's just based on
You want to be so simple.
because it's supposed to, it functions in an emergency. It's not, there's no electronics, because electronics too big.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Are you an electronic engineer or something?
No, that's cool. It was cool. I was like, oh, and I like noticed it when I'm like, that thermometer. I like started to get down the wiki rabbit hole, and you're like, oh shit, it's a thermometer. And I need to figure out how it works. You're like, the coolest shit ever.
You're like thousands of hours, like spent listening to YouTube videos about like
My
how
man,
different
we
simple
finally
things
got
work and
Mortal
shit like
Kombat. I
that.
can't believe that shit.
Yeah, it's literally.
Fall
like,
asleep with that shit.
just happened to see it at the
It's
right
like-
angle. I'm like, thermometer? What the fuck?
I have to watch more fucking YouTube videos and stuff, and YouTube videos about things that actually matter, not space and chemistry.
I love
Game
Nemo.
fucking cool.
I heard it's really cool.
Value of that.
And what? I mean, yeah, there is. The fact that my degree is in chemistry is the value there, but the space stuff is not.
He definitely might not be
Three versions.
If you ask me, about ether and how they use that to put people to sleep back when they didn't have anesthetics, and how it smells really good, so people would come over and sniff it and you just see it
really
fucking
bad
fall.
for your brain though.
Yeah, it'll fry your brain.
Like,
It's like drinking a lot of alcohol at
Like
once.
eats it or something almost.
Yeah.
Like it's so bad.
It's neurodegenerative, so it'll kill your brain cells.
That's why your body shuts off.
It's something like that, yeah.
It's like, oh god, this is stop.
Exactly. It's like it gives you a concussion basically. It tells your brain, oh, concussion, goodbye. Good night.
Let them do it.
You see the things they used to give people that we know now cause cancer. I'm surprised our parents lived as long as they did. As they
Well, it
do.
wasn't our parents.
Well, you'd be surprised at how many.
That's just what's wrong when it was in the wall.
Yeah.
The issue is when it started coming out.
I'm surprised I'm not on the other side.
The issue is that when we started repairing
That
buildings,
looked like I
taking
should
them
have
down,
done, but,
and then the demo guys would come demolish a building with asbestos and breathe that shit in.
Damn it.
Yeah. Or people that lived in factories that have to make like tapes and solvents. They masked what was a mask. They breathe in all that solvent. That shit.
Iranian girls, you're like,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Thalidomide is another one. Burn feedback.
There are still guys I know working with blue collar factories. Like, I don't know,
Thank God. Thank God.
you are breathing in.
I was like, he's been too patient. Sure.
I mean, they're probably like packaging standards anyways. They're like, oh shit, this isn't killing me.
What do you think of dust is in here?
No, it's not.
Bigger dust that has things on it. That stuff.
Definitely.
It goes into your lungs. It damages the little
Just now you went walking around
shits. Yeah.
like, oh my god.
Yeah.
That's the
There's like cauliflower inside your lungs.
I saw enough because I had asthma. I saw my lungs.
Yeah. And all the shit that they bring in the tube. You know RFK Jr. in the US? He's talking about these fucking blue guys and shit. As crazy as this guy is, and as much steroids as he's on a lot. I don't know what but he looks like he's on a pretty nice cycle. You know? He's not exactly wrong about some of this shit doing bad things to us.
My problem is I
Well,
have.
I mean, he takes that million shots, you're probably gonna get one thing.
Yeah.
Or at least
Exactly.
but then you look at broken clocks because I have
Strike twice. Yeah. It's right twice.
But then you look at who's responsible. It's like, oh wait, that's like what's the US government?
It's cyclical blaming. It's just, I blame you. Oh, wait a minute, I was the cause.
The government not having the oversight or letting
Maintenance and
with those chemicals go on.
My dad worked at 3M for 3 years.
Yeah,
He breathed that shit in.
I saw an interesting video about the 3M chemical stuff that's poison that was.
Yeah, oh yeah. The 3M plant in London, the soil is so contaminated.
Don't kill me somehow.
they
Give me like an
tried
extra
to
1,000 health right
sell
now. Damn it.
move it somewhere, and they couldn't. They literally
Let me swap
could
to
not sell
these mid-
it. They were trying to sell the entire area, and people just wouldn't buy it. They were like, you pay me to take it, because I need to pay to get all this ground unpolluted.
Well, it's also then stuck in the water, and then the water's stuck in the world, so it's like
In that big river in the middle of London, that does not look good. And nowadays, I literally saw like kids playing.
What
in the
happened to my
Thames River.
health?
And I was just thinking to myself, no.
when I was a kid, I was like, that shit's fucking vile. Before you get thought, dang.
Have you ever seen like blue water in the Thames? No, it's green.
I live over in Rhino. Like, and we'd go down to the Thames Park. Up there and shit, like, all the time to see it. It was like,
You get funny volleyball man.
like, yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I live near Springbank, so I saw, you know, you look at that park, you say, okay, there's a lot of geese in it. I'm glad they're surviving, but I probably
That's what they're allowed. What's the name of
Catch fish in there? And they're like, yeah, no. Did they have like 3 heads? Like,
they better not be eating that shit. Well, they're not eating it. I cook it at 1,000 degrees to make sure. I don't know if you should leave it. I would like eat the fish.
Yeah, as long as you like, you just need to fish.
Oh, man.
If you're overfishing, like,
fish back in.
I was kept in London before. Michael bought one Cove Road. The German club there. We were on there. I thought fishing. Well, you never kept them. Nice.
Yeah, but we're not fishing inside. Like I fished at places like around Poacher area, you know, just outside of London. But no one's fishing inside of London. I hope not.
Oh, easy.
One piece this, one piece that.
I was fishing a
Gone place? Yeah.
Yeah, lots of places. Lots of them.
Last time I was in Algonquin, I was too young, so I don't even remember.
Yeah, okay.
This one piece, one piece.
It's unnatural.
It's been a while since I've been up north because the fucking driving is so horrific to get to, like, the Toronto area and then up. It's like, I would do anything to avoid having to drive on the highway from, like, Mississauga to out of Canada. I would do anything to not drive that.
I haven't driven on the highway yet.
Oh, yeah?
My license like fucking 2 weeks back.
Do you want to do that?
I didn't know it's like, I'm gonna catch first time.
Yeah, congratulations, there you go.
That's weird. They actually have a lot of fast, like, you know, sending in let's go fishing. Yeah. Nice. We left at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
You're not making it that day.
Well, no, we did. We made it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we fucking beat the
came
traffic.
in.
We drove. We were.
Good luck to whoever was driving. Oh, you were in Toronto?
We cut through Toronto and got through there by like 9 o'clock. So we beat all the boats.
Oh, okay.
On the way back.
Oh.
I fell asleep as we entered Toronto back on time. I woke up 3.5 hours later. We're still in Toronto. I'm like, what the fuck? We're
Was it by any chance a Friday or a Saturday?
We're going back on Sunday.
really a Sunday in Toronto was happening.
I never expected to be
We
that
can't
hot.
like
And then I
five
was like,
p.m.
okay.
block bullshit.
My parents always told me it's wrong that we go, but
Yeah, no, I like woke up like, we're just gonna try on my buddy next week try like Steve. Not another fucking word. Okay.
the hard one would be going to New Brunswick in one day. We did that.
In one day? Can you even do that?
You can. My parents were able to do it when it was like, I mean, my sister.
Yeah, and by one day you mean like 21 hours, right?
No, it's not.
It's like nothing right now.
It's you can make it in a like day.
For a while, it's just like,
But it's like time. And you get there when it's like 6 on 7.
Because I know to go to Nova Scotia, where my sister lives, it's like 20-something hours to get there, and no one's fucking driving that long.
Yeah, no, I remember getting there when we were really young. Because I was probably about like 6 when we did this. We'd get there and it was nice. We'd like say I know family members and try to
The ideal way to do that is buy a train ticket and get on a train. You're on there for like 3 days. You don't have to worry about shit.
Yeah.
And you get to just experience stuff. 3 meals a day. I mean,
And then you look at your bank account and cry. Because you've just spent $3,000 to go from London to...
$1,000.
It's also not a good train.
$1,000, but yeah.
It's a lot of money. You're sleeping in a shit area. Like, because unless you want to spend the real money for like the actual beds, it's miserable. But I love the train.
It's better than fucking driving.
Oh,
Like we should have our trains. Like the train should be a lot better.
yeah. I love driving from like here to like Montreal.
If they actually go along with the high-speed rail they're talking about.
It'll never happen. It'll never happen.
No, you don't.
It'll never
No,
happen.
We need it. It's so good.
You know what happens?
When you bring in fucking dumbass.
You know what happens every time people bring up railways? Cars. You know that stupid ass bus rapid train exists now on things?
We're gonna build a tunnel for just cars, electric ones only.
In Toronto.
No.
They fucking just
Give me New Vegas. We're gonna call it Tesla Cyberloop.
Oh, I know wait, have you not seen the Ford ones do the same fucking thing?
Yeah.
Just have it be actual cars so that.
We only knew it was stupid, and then Musk did it anyway. He showed how stupid it was, and now he's trying to do it again.
Electric cars underground seems like a bad idea.
Just make a fucking train.
So what happens when one of them breaks down and catches on fire and you have like the atom bomb underneath your feet?
It is just obscenely inefficient.
Yeah.
Because there's still a person driving them.
Finally.
Yeah.
Like there's still someone in them driving them. That's someone's job.
Like, I'm looking, after coming from the gym, like, he's not coming from the
Called
gym.
subways that exist.
Exactly.
Faster and
Yes.
more efficiently.
So scared of
It's like the
bad.
bros being like, guys,
They want to reinvent the subway.
guys, you can use the blockchain
You think I'm gonna fix
to
you?
encrypt a document. And the people can't edit the document. You've just made PDFs.
You just make
They already exist. You just made shit versions of PDFs.
And the fucking what with NFTs or just
Dog shit.
just JPEGs.
It's
Well,
technology behind it, but like
the tech. Okay, I'll say the
why the fuck
technology
would
is
they
really
use it
cool.
for pictures?
The technology is very very cool,
But
but
it's also stupid. Like so, you're so pigeonholed in like using it one specific thing.
right now it's pigeonholed as a try and scam as many people as you can without the government knowing.
Really.
well, so same thing. Somebody who used a lot of technology had to actually know what these fucking things do and how they work.
All the people online do just this.
Blockchain and AI is
Listen,
so
like-
weird.
Oh yeah.
That's it, just spend the ice.
Up to this point,
And it's so
anytime
like,
we come up with new
it
technology,
reaches so
we're like,
long,
hey, we invented this new technology to solve our
by
problem.
chance,
You know?
touch
We
one
have this
the
problem
second one,
Yeah.
into a medium, into super, and
I'm gonna
to
share
the
We need to solve.
Let's solve
Brain
it.
dead character.
And then come
Brain
with something
dead
and
character.
they iterate on it. Telephone. It's bullshit. It's so much better. This is significantly better.
I
In some
like
respects,
Make it
in
small.
some
Make it
respects.
tiny. Well, actually, this is good.
Anyway, so like, with blockchain and AI, they're not solving a problem. Which is why they have to be like, oh well, you know, we could do it for this, and everything they suggest is just a worse version of something we already have, or literally the same shit as what we already have. So like, instead of the technology being employed by the people, the technology is just being made because well, people get really excited when they say these words, so they make a bunch of money from it, even though it has no use case.
But AI is technically solving an issue. Solving the issue of time.
AI is such a buzzword.
Okay, yes.
It means like kind of nothing. Like
I agree with you. Even like
A lot
if
of Perspective is already doing a lot of like
AI's been in Photoshop for like 20 years.
or Spotify, Steam,
image
like
smoothing is all AI.
Like so much image stuff, yeah, it's AI tech.
the songs you're recommending on Spotify, that was artificial.
They had to make it less random, because it's too random.
Also, it's taken years to recommend new products to people that might be interested in. They're
Every algorithm that's recommending you shit on Instagram, Facebook, whatever.
Like you see like people now, they're like head of the AI department. Oh no, you got integrating with gaming and like you could have to get stuck in the game. You could be like, hey, how do I get past so and so? And then show like a demonstration of thing. It's like so the computer will Google search.
Like, exactly.
You can literally do that
It's
already.
voice recognition, Google.
You pull out your phone, you type in the thing, and then it's like this is something that already exists. This is a problem that's already been solved.
Even like they're trying to shove them into everything. You can go on with one very specific task. You program you can make one that's just gonna all it does is make one button voice chat for it. That's all it does. It doesn't also do more.
Like the AI of where like you talk to the NPC and they talk back to you. It's super fucking cool.
That already kind of exists. Yeah, so the other day, my man for you.
I called Telus today. I wanted to fucking die.
You don't speak to a person anymore. That's the whole AI
I think a lot of people, it's still just repeating written stuff though, right? Like what we were talking about, like, yeah, they can make
they don't want you to be able to train me. What's up, Mike? Drop the N-bomb.
It never learns from anything you input. Nothing you input to technology like it learns from it.
Well, it locally learns from it.
It just looks up stuff and
yeah, but like you can't influence technology in any way at all.
And Gemini the same way.
You can 100% influence ChatGPT. It's just locally influenced. You can't do ChatGPT locally. Yeah, you can. Your own chat. If you have the pro version, it has a memory.
So you gotta.
That's a memory. It's not local. It's not here.
Yes, but you can get it to talk differently to you than someone else. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that. I'm looking at membership though. But you can't like influence the greater model.
And the model for
and you probably shouldn't be able to.
No,
that would be fine.
I wonder, like, also what you're talking about, like, when it starts back up, it's remembering, like, it's like being retold kind of what usually happens. It's remembering it fundamentally.
Yeah.
It's like the most bullshit of all. It figures out very quickly what you want it to say, and it just repeats it back to you.
Yeah, it's also just a yes man.
Yeah, no, literally. And it's like Gemini is Google, it's just Google search.
It can't,
but it's literally just Google search.
It literally can't push back on anything. It's like, it's unconfrontational.
No, and then ChatGPT is literally just a yes man. This is what I determined what you want to hear. I'm just going to repeat this back to you.
If it's got something wrong and you try and tell it it's wrong, no matter what it said, it will be like, oh, of course, yeah, I was wrong. Here's the new thing. It's like the new thing is bullshit too. No, that's wrong. Oh, yeah, that was wrong.
Yeah, it has no way to like admit it's wrong.
Yeah. It has no way to tell you you're wrong. If you say no, you're wrong. It will never tell you no, I'm right.
Yeah, that's how the model's work. So a lot of these just I mean, like, literally, if it weren't for that, Google now, they're you wouldn't even know, because they already have things like, display, like, buttons that are relevant to your search top, right?
It changes breakpoints for a lot of
Well, that's just AI supplementation.
Yeah, which is usually wrong.
Oh, it's off.
People got the information wrong, and the information is not coming wrong, which is always hilarious.
And I'm sure it just looks at the first 3 or 4 like
It sources like sometimes just absolute bullshit crack articles, which are AI themselves.
AI sourcing AI is literally going to be the future. There are some academic papers that have been published that are legitimately AI. There was a paper that was written, and at the start of the paper, it had like the beginning. Here's a scientific article written for this at the start of the paper, and it got published.
Oh yeah, it's like accurate about some like 40.
Yeah, the guy that was faking case articles.
That's like
Terry's very
But like AI doesn't have its benefits. This is the issue. It's that everyone wants to use AI because why?
Also, they don't pay.
Exactly. And money, right? When you say AI, it's funding.
I don't have to pay my artist.
Which is the entire reason I published a paper with like machine learning in it, is because when I graduated, I wanted to be able to get a job that was machine learning, that had AI in it, because why? It pays a shit ton. You know, I'm just doing like simulations and stuff. That doesn't really pay a lot, but AI
I want some AI things like career, like the neural networks and stuff. It's fucking awesome. Like, it is. Like people are playing video game and it's all like what?
It's really a good thing.
Neural networks are cool, but the problem with neural networks is people are starting to make things that can generate data and generate fake data so well that another network can't tell it's fake data. This is going to end up being a very big problem.
Well, just the misinformation.
Exactly.
You have to actually just,
Like this idea of like deep fakes and like making people's voices, making it's soon gonna be able to be completely. You're not gonna be able to tell if it's real or not. You're gonna look at it and you're like, I don't fucking know.
I would have told
Like nowadays, you can tell by the color it's way too saturated. Hands and feet don't exactly
lighting perfect or like
exactly. There's nothing wrong. But eventually, it'll be like you'll go on like a website and you'll be watching something and you'll think it's real, and then one day you'll be like, wait a minute, this actress doesn't exist. This is a fake actress.
there's been a lot of these. I'm pretty sure. Like a song that's been uploaded like a day ago. Like weird and like it looks like art. I'm not even sure. Like so recently, a few days since I've been those are kind of consistent. When I dog every now and then, it's like what the fuck, right? They recommend it. They don't even have 100 views or whatever. It's like,
but these people that use AI are also working the algorithm. Like they're plugging something into the AI to be able to figure out what it needs to get recommended.
I think there's a lot of those who kind of recognize those the algorithm is going to feed you what you want. So people.
And they all that training, gotta show something.
But like all documentaries on YouTube right now are AI. Pretty much 95% of documentaries.
I've tried to see one of them channel like, is this AI?
Yeah.
I'm like, there's so much science stuff.
Why am I getting
Nature documentaries, space documentaries. You just have to start like listening for broken English or like sentences that don't necessarily make sense.
Or the background's even like
It's repeating images.
it's just the most basic bit. Like they don't even like unseen the thing. It's the most boring stuff. They just have no creative like.
Why? Because the person that's making it has no creativity. It's
Well, even like probably look at forward and probably like, oh it works. The video doesn't fucking break. Halfway through, alright, upload it.
upload it, and then all of those documentaries have millions of views. Because people are overlooking up this nature documentaries, space documentaries.
But I also true it is like
Are you ready for 5 years?
so many different comments you look at. How many of those views are bots?
Oh,
AI, and then the comments themselves are AI. And everything's fake.
This is like the fucking dead internet.
And the only real person with Matrix. Everyone else here is not real.
Eventually, the internet is just going to be AI posting stuff and AI commenting on it.
It's been getting pretty close already.
Yeah.
I wonder if Iron Man's gonna come out.
It'd be like the ending of the fucking Mission Impossible.
It was that was a weird thing. It wasn't that hard. Sometimes you have to watch it for a lens spin like
Wasn't it Meat Spin?
yeah.
Lemon Party and Meat
No,
Spin.
come on.
Yeah. I can tell we're all around the same age, I guess.
It's not what I wanted from the patch.
Those videos don't exist anymore. People don't make these shock videos anymore, right? Like, I haven't heard of a famous shock video in a very long time.
Because every young person now isn't like mentally damaged and just wants to hurt people.
Well, no, there are so much
Live
anymore.
Does Live Leak exist? Does Live Leak exist? Is it like
You see so much fucking. You go on live and watch fucking Ukrainian war footage of fucking Russian movies.
it's blown off by a drone?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with what X is.
Twitter.
Twitter.
I'm familiar with the site.
Is it a pornography site?
There's so much drone footage.
And it's like,
Pretty fucking high def.
it's high def, it's uncensored until some quad finds it and censors it.
Most doesn't.
But like,
So much that
there's a difference between like that and like watching those fucking cartel videos online. Like, there's a big difference.
those are fucking like 480p though. They were
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and
They
they're
were
not
so
4K.
blurry.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you know, you imagine it. You're brain new, but
With some broken music in the background that's all distorted.
I can see the fucking. That's probably music right now.
Yes. That's fun.
Like how there's a part
If we get Alex, I probably will stop playing this game.
Why?
It's not a fun game.
Speaking of which, you see the trailers for that Marvel
Yes,
team fighting game? That shit looks so slow. All the characters move like they have 100-pound, like it's like Rock Lee at the fucking shooting tournament. What? It is Stride. Yeah, it's slower than Stride.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like it's slower than the other.
Oh, it's slower than this game that they were
Yeah, it's slower than that. I know. Yeah, but like
Starting to play extra, I'm like, man,
But then you got Street Fighter.
which is also like you're kind of different beast.
Yeah, but everyone like says Guilty Gear so fast.
Although, to be fair, Street Fighter is getting kind of faster. It's just getting faster and less complicated.
I haven't played that in a while.
Last Street Fighter I played intentionally.
I played 6.
I played 4. That's the last real Street Fighter I played. I played 5 a little bit, and I have not touched 6. I don't think I own it. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I played it for a week, and I realized I don't like any of the characters.
Nobody wants to like tournaments. Nobody wants to watch like Sonic Boom.
I want to see someone.
Nobody wants to watch
I want to
that.
see 3 RCs.
That's why they need to remove some of the characters from the game. They need to remove fucking every charge character with a fireball. They need to be removed from the game. All Guile and whatever Guile is, all characters that are based on Guile.
Guile and Jason.
Yes, all Guile and Jason.
Dial like.
Yes.
Get him out of here.
And bring back Ultra Street Fighter 4 Zangief and just have him walk towards people and win. There you go. Now you have a fun. That was disgusting, by the way. You ever seen a game where the grappler is the best character in the game? He wasn't necessarily the best. Really? It's just whenever the grappler, the slow black grappler is the best character in the game's fun.
So like,
That's always the case.
he's not bottom 1 in 6 right now. People are like, oh man, this is a terrible spot for the game to be in.
Exactly.
He's not awful. The game sucks.
Yeah, no, he's like very obviously not top 5. He's like
not awful,
very,
he's not
he's
bad.
like very strong.
He's
So like,
okay.
yeah, he's like very. He's like
Yeah, because it doesn't feel good, right? When you accidentally press the normal and you lose, 80% of your health.
And now he gets it off like
80%.
It's like it's free for points like that.
It's like 30% of your health and then he gets OT.
Yeah, and then good luck.
OT in this game, so it's fine.
Yeah.
SPD, you throw the far enough away that if it tries to do drive rush afterwards, that shit fits. So you just get out of it.
They were wait. Oki doesn't exist in 2.6.
Not after SPD.
Really? Okay.
He doesn't get to do shit after that. If he throws you, sure. He does a man throw.
Really? Wow. Okay. I mean, that's not. Actually, I prefer that. Now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I have bad feelings about SD.
No, the other character who just came in, like Lily and Manon.
The one with the boomerang,
Yeah,
right?
the one with the boomerang and then the French lady who's like a ballet.
Oh, the dancing one.
Yeah, it's like all three of them. They try to do drive on daily after that shit stays fun. You do that shit every time. Or drive reversal if you don't have a DP.
Yeah, I know, that's what I was
Okay, that's not bad. I prefer
Kenny
that.
has no...
Because the worst thing...
So do I. You know,
And now
and then when, you know, he's like, you guys, what I give too? They give me shit. So, you know, they buy the Uber, not the Uber.
Temkin like crazy and Strive right now.
I uninstalled that. So
I got the Family Matters.
they removed Kara.
Yeah, that's why like I have random like.
They removed that. They gave him just an armor, longer range, pop bottle.
That's fine.
Right? But so, but you can't card. I thought like a skill 4 was Lord, that character. And Lord, I thought it was bullshit to a card test rule. So like, alright, so put card test second. So he can do the shoulder check into the extended range pop buster that has armor.
He got the advantage of not having the card hits, but then the card hits back.
That fucking monkey paw curl.
You know how like, on Strive you start from this far away?
Yeah.
When you play like Kara, and then you just move, he grab you, backdash, and he still grab you.
Oh, 20
And it has armor. What's that thing about the armor? You jump in against him, and some characters, they can grab you as Nancy.
If you got a
This grab does half of your health in that game.
if you got like a multi-hit,
This is why I had uninstalled the game. It's not a real game.
it's not a real
Is it super an anti-air grab? Or am I thinking of a different character that's
No,
that's
that's
super
like the
social?
armor. You just deal armor through the fucking airhead, and if you can't cancel it with something else.
Good luck.
He just grabs you like Oscar came out, can't cancel his airhead anything. He'll land, he'll get grabbed immediately. And then never mind the fact that like this bullshit still exists. Fucking go! I've fallen down. I can't get up. I'm like, why does the grappler have better zoning than the zoning in this game?
And what about the only strategy that is supposed to counter grappling? Zoning. And now he has a full screen.
The full screen, heavy knocked out,
And it lowers his
and then the other thing.
He's not winning all the time.
No, he's
Because
not.
probably that character.
No, because Ramlethal can press a button and tell you off of round start.
Oh, Ram's the best character in the game again. Oh, I thought she was the best character in the game when the game came out.
It's not a real game. Just take this in. What's
Bullshit. What's the last character that came out? Was it
the new Luna Bad Girl.
Oh, okay. Character I don't know about.
That's original.
Ty's daughter from the future.
She broke it?
Oh,
Okay. When Slayer came out, was he broken?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Is he still broken?
He's still pretty good.
Okay.
He's one of those characters where he kills you. He hits you, he kills you. But he's not like he's not the hardest character to defend.
I think that goes to
A lot of teleporting through them and doing
He still has that.
Yeah.
He still has the side stuff where you go,
like the bullshit.
no, which side?
Like if you look at it, like the bullshit tier list, like the bullshit tier, like Temkin, and then like these characters are very strong but not broken.
Kind of fun to fight still.
Nago, Chaos Baby, like Baby, Johnny, Slayer, who else? May's not considered like she's like considered mid-tier now, which is like I've seen some tiers where she's mid-tier. I'm like, this is unbelievable.
That's not.
I'm like, there's no way. But I don't think she's considered like top 5 anymore. Even excluding like busted tier characters, like I don't think there's.
Top 8, top 10.
Yeah, and I can see that. He's still really good.
So right now, is plot worse than Happy Chaos was that they released?
Oh,
No, like worse as in to play against.
yeah, I mean, I played on Happy Chaos, so.
Like it depends what you hate fighting in your gameplay.
Yeah,
Yeah, like technically had no fucking like can't interact period.
He has
It's
no
over
aim.
there.
But if you got to hit him, he died.
Not really.
Okay, I played this game enough with Morgan. I think that's what it was. Yeah?
Yeah,
If you hit Potemkin, he still has half the
Yeah,
health afterwards, which is like,
Does he have any wake-up options?
Like, you mean like a reversal?
Yeah. Or can you just opium it?
Technically, he has Heavenly, and you can then RC Heavenly.
Heavenly now hits like the fucking ground or something.
Yeah.
So it can hit Maze Dolphins, and that's airborne technically, which is so serious.
If you're airborne by any technicality, you get hit by it.
I'm not talking about the Dolphin Wiggle that is. Not about the Dolphin Wiggle. That's airborne. It goes over throws. It goes over throws. Or like 6K on me, that's airborne too. That goes over throws. You can fucking pot bust or actually pop bust and that shit. Because the hitbox is like all the way up the floor now, so. Character's stupid. Everyone, all the mean things people say about Potemkin names in the past are actually true.
Now it's valid.
They're actually true. Like I defended Potemkin names before. I don't. That shit's true. They all deserve to have their fucking it's cemented and to be thrown into the fucking ocean. Always the best.
Hang a millstone around their neck and cast them into the ocean.
They're fucking witches. We didn't cleanse the earth of Potemkin names.
Always that character. It's always the fucking big body grasping.
Yeah, it's like they're either terrible or they're so broken it's disgusting.
And they need to be terrible, because if they're not terrible, the game's not fun.
Everyone else sucks.
Yeah, exactly, because you can't play the game.
They need to be the ones stuck.
Yeah.
It's like, I think like 336 right now is like the most balanced for like a good grappler I've ever seen. Like, some people are like, fuck this character, fuck the bombs, fuck that, yeah, he like literally ate his bunch. Yeah. But it's not like
He's annoying. He's annoying.
He's very good. You could fight against him. It feels bad that you lose him. Yeah, he's not broke. He's not broke.
I would never.
It feels like ass to see his character. But he's like good without being like, he's good. He's not body saving. And he's not like this guy very top one unless you're talking to him like this guy getting bucked with their fucking 9/11. Like you talk to like Nemo every other day on Nemo's Twitter. They're like, say you never fuck this cat thinking this game is ruined, he still plays the game.
Is Nemo the fat guy that's from Brazil?
That's a lot.
No, he's Japanese.
That's a lawyer. Okay. I think that guy, he won a Street Fighter 6 tournament at the start of Capcom Cup. Some fat Brazilian guy or something. I don't know, man. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't care for that kind of thing. He's quite sure he got $30 and because of this, plus enough money that I can just retire.
Oh, he stopped playing?
Stop playing. Doesn't play the game. He literally hasn't played a game.
Except for one Dragon Ball.
He stopped playing. He goes to fighting stuff. He's like, nah, no. No, because he has enough. No, he has enough money to live the rest of his life comfortably.
I mean, if you live in Brazil, the first thing that you're going to do with that money is get out of Brazil.
Awesome places in Brazilian.
As long as you're Brazilian.
I think he's still there. He's still on $1 billion US. It's like $10 million there. It's like you just set for life.
I mean, people make enough money off playing like RuneScape. Like grinding on RuneScape or something.
Well, okay, that's what I was going to say.
At least used to.
No, I thought you were going to say they're playing RuneScape. No, they're cheating RuneScape a little bit.
They're botting.
They're botting and selling accounts and selling gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but like
that's enough that you could not make a living off it here.
No, probably not. No, unless you had like 4 or 5 like Chinese guys in your basement.
Yeah, you need the account. You go to the grocery store, you buy like 3 apples and a fucking pack of Mr.
You need a lot of like computers with VMs on them, like all running fucking.
You used to have Warcraft multi-box like 10 characters at the same time. I considered doing that at one point when I was a kid. I was like, I want to see how this is. My computer would have fucking worked.
multi-block.
Say Arcade?
Arcade?
That game was amazing.
It was
for,
the fucking best.
what, 6 months? 1 year maybe?
It was a while. It was a little while.
Okay.
It like started different. It wasn't
Nowadays, the only thing that can scratch the arcade itch is Black Desert.
That never scratched for me.
But I mean, there's no game that's played. It won't exist, right? And they've tried to restart arcades like 3 times, right?
They're doing it.
Oh,
I don't even think it's MMO or something. I don't remember. It just doesn't work.
it's probably mobile.
No, it just doesn't work. I can't remember what it was.
As long as it's that company making it, it won't.
Yeah, I know.
They need to take that company.
It's not trying anymore.
Watching me be a clown,
I remember. It's
just spinning over my
Is
head.
it another one of these companies that you look at and you say, oh,
I mean, I'm
fuck?
pretty sure the main issue was like the
Who the fuck is this?
No,
they have
the
made
worst
nothing
part
but
is-
mobile games for the past 10 years? Shit.
They also made Tribes, some of the Tribes games.
Yeah. That they had a Tribes like online game that was really fun for a while.
Yeah. The arcade was
All 15 matches. Well,
Yeah.
a little bit later.
But
I was not having fun.
it wasn't meant to be because Triumph
I was not having
made
fun at all.
Right? Yeah, they were the
Triumph made Rift, right?
Yes, Rift was their own thing.
Yeah. And that game also doesn't exist anymore.
That was like,
They remade it, like also they did try on, like because they did the thing with arcade golf or whatever, like
Yeah.
they rebuilt it. Like it's gonna be fun this time. We won't make it pay to win. Half a year later, it's pay to win.
Yeah.
well, because they say that, and they look at how they're not making
Yeah, they're making
money, and they're like, oh, well,
Here we go, boys.
You burnt all your goodwill.
I haven't heard about that since I was in college.
How long were you in college? How long were you in college?
Over a decade ago.
If I play
Oh, you pay arcade?
I'm going to be 32
Over a decade. Actually, that makes sense. 22. You graduated in 22. Yeah.
Arcade was like a long time ago now, when it was in its peak.
I was definitely in high school.
I was in
when-
early high school.
Yes.
SF6 today for the first time in a while. I did that. And I'm just dropping almost one time.
Well, it's also been a while. Like,
I remember that, especially when
Right
like,
away.
next to Chris
So I'm
as
not
well.
consistently
Chris is like also like 30 time in my early 30s.
Chris is fun.
He's 37.
47.
No, that's what I'm saying. When people are like, Chris is like 37.
I knew Chris when I was like 15 years old, okay? That's why I think he's so old.
They got somebody who looks old for their age and somebody who looks young.
Man, it's all genetics. My dad looked 30 when he was 15. I'm gonna look 15 until I'm 35. You know, it's just... Oh, I bet.
The fucking goatee, man. If I shave this shit off, oh man.
I think you could do it, make it with your
I
mustache.
think I need to shave it off sometime, but like I don't want to.
So you might be correct. But what? If I had just a mustache, you would never see me again. You would never find a body.
Well, I'm the same way. My fiance will not let me shave. She's seen my ID when I have no facial hair. She said, I never, you will never look like that. Okay.
So like, he likes the clean shaven face. The goatee looks good. That's the losing my TV.
Oh, that's it.
She likes, hey, dude, that looks good. I'm like, alright, cool. But if I just had fuck, you never find the body. Like she fucking
You would look super Swedish with just the mustache.
Yes,
you would look straight out of Sweden.
The tall lady in the water. Yeah. That's hilarious. I had one of them living in a big pool in Poland. I got fucking almost swing into it.
I was too. That's my hair was like down a year. I had a haircut like almost a year. And I was I had like my head like I have a hat on. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You look like you did crack with the fucking. You look like you did crack with people.
There's a movie with Samuel L. Jackson in it, and you look like the villain in that movie.
This is miscoded, like when I moved to Vancouver on my own.
Yeah.
That time.
I had hair longer than yours during COVID.
That's crazy. Like we're seeing like all the shades of Monty.
Oh, no, that was 22. That was not long ago.
God damn.
That's just a bad photo.
That's like
And good for you, man, for losing all that weight. Good for you. That's heavy Monty. That's homeless Monty.
Well, here's the most like I'm
Oh, that's nice. Bro, you could have been in a band with anyone. I would have said you were the lead guitarist or lead singer.
Yes, I have awful fucking handwriting.
But it's a signature. You're supposed to.
I don't have a signature.
You know what I'm saying? Just write it in cursive.
As you say, he didn't write it. He printed it.
They didn't teach you cursive?
No, they didn't teach me cursive.
Oh, you're 1 year younger than me. They didn't teach you cursive?
We did like for like 1 year, but like it was just so short and never stuck.
Okay.
I only know how to sign my name, so I got you. I couldn't even teach you how to sign yours.
I mean, the signature is really just made up.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. Mine, if you look at it, you'd be like, what the hell is that?
I get made fun of because none of my signatures look the same. Every time I sign, there's some slight difference. And like, if I go to jail or like if there's a crime and they like, okay, write your signature 20 times in a row, it's just be 20 different signatures. And they're gonna be like, oh, fuck. I should do some forgery then or something.
20 personalities come from this.
Oh yeah, I'm the guy from fucking what's that movie Switch? With James McAvoy with Professor X.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it. Yeah, right. He's got like multiple
Troll?
personalities.
Right?
Part of like a.
It's part of the Invincible, Unbreakable universe. Not Invincible is from the comic.
Yeah, that's how it was. That's all.
I didn't know that was what is it? I was like, oh, it's someone new there.
Speaking of James McAvoy, you are Byron. You are?
Yeah, like that.
Someone. Split. You're called Split. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that actually makes sense. I should have guessed that.
Funny enough, it was the first like search about that movie. Like James McAvoy where he has multiple personalities.
Like Irish. Then my mom's side also had like the pirates that were running in the
You're one of the like super mixed white people that it's like, what's your ethnic background? I don't fucking know. Don't give them your DNA.
Yeah, that's cool to know, but yeah.
Although,
My sister's also very like,
some of these people that take these tests end up finding out that their parents are not actually their parents, or that their parents have another kid,
or that you're literally surgery by doctors and and it's hundreds of women.
That guy's in jail right now, I think, right?
I think he's dead.
Oh, yeah?
He was old as shit.
Oh, he was old as fuck, yeah.
It was crazy.
I'm surprised his guys were still swimming at that point. Oh, yeah? I mean, to be fair, he needed to wait for the fucking kids to grow up, so. I mean,
He was never getting enough. You got heard about that?
No, I wish I had
knowledge. There's like a group of people who are like, well, they're like people who are the child of that incident.
it was like 40 or 50 people. It was a lot of people.
That's like not like
It's unknowable.
Yeah.
The amount, unfortunately.
Until people take DNA tests.
Until every single person is like took it.
I'm gonna say that it's like whoever raised me. Because like I had like a great uncle, and it came out like around the time, like 2 years before he ended up dying. And he was like, John, I need to tell you something. I told him he was like adopted into the family, and I'm like, why would you bother telling him that? He's been in like.
He's our child, doesn't matter.
Well, no, I'm like, he's been in the family like 75 years. Why the fuck would you bother telling him that when he's on the door?
Either you tell them when they're a kid so it becomes normal to them, or you never tell them. Those are the two options.
And he was like super pissed off about it, and I'm like, John, like, you're no more family than you were yesterday. Like, you've been around forever, right? Like, nothing's
Well, yeah,
like, I get that, like, you know, like family, blah, whatever. But family is kind of what you make of it, right? Like, that's not. A lot of older school attitudes, like now it's very new school attitudes, now the adopted parents, like, I'm like, no, like, like whatever you think, like, you know, somebody acts like family, they're family.
It's like, who do you call mom and dad?
Yeah.
That's it, right? Yeah. Who really cares, you know? But
it is sort of when you're like 30 years old, you take a DNA test and you find out it's not the case. It just sort of fucking
Also, part of the problem was they were people who are pregnant already to help get franchises.
Yeah. This guy would.
So there was already people who were.
He had the strongest sperm on earth. They were fucking professional. Oh, Michael
I
Phelps.
believe he was supposed to use the husbands usually, and he let it go.
I mean, at this point,
I don't know if he's in the Olympics.
like I probably like washed, right?
He's a pretty big celebrity.
Because he was a gold medal, and he was doing his original gold medal run several consecutive Olympics and all that shit back when I was like in high school.
Yeah.
Or college. It's been like 10 plus years.
There's no way. He has to be like at this point he's like 45. No. If he's beating like people coming out of like college, like 22-year-olds, then he's super good. He's taking something.
I think he's going to eventually still, but I think it's not.
Yeah.
I think he's doing more
Exhibitions.
Yeah, this is like, showing off. I think he's like,
Yeah, because he was like old back then. He was doing his like gold medal run, right? No, he was like in his late 20s. Yeah, and he's not just 50s right now. Or like his late 40s, mid to late 40s.
He has to be 45.
when you look at the professional, it's like, oh, I couldn't be a professional anymore. I'm already fucking old. When I was like 22, I can't get professional esports. They don't stop at like 21.
So for fighting games,
Okay, fighting
the
games, you're right.
old people
I was thinking more League and
keep
Counter-Strike.
showing up and they keep doing well. It's actually unusual when there's a new person, like a younger
It
kid.
is true, you're right.
And they do it's like the modern games, right? Where the younger people are showing up. Oh yeah. So like normally,
You think it's like a...
it's literally just a game set. The action.
I think it's reaction time because it's also first-person shooters.
Well, it's first-person shooters. The action time doesn't matter. It's just fighting games. Game set.
Exactly.
You need like a electric circle. You need like snap shoot.
Like you look at
You kill a single person with your You're awful.
But you look at something like for instance, well, he's like an 18-year-old, he's qualified for time up last year, did really well, and having second place.
Oh yeah.
And you can see it like in between matches, his dad was like bringing out the replays and like studying things.
Well, like his dad was
He's building game sense between matches, and like because like that's how you're gonna beat these people. You're not gonna beat them based on reactions to some scrubby shit. Like you have to have the game sense.
I think like shooters I play even like I'll see people like just running down the same hallway 30 times like why you gotta just go over there and run out of the thing and go around. That's like similar. They just slam their head in the brick wall over and over again.
It's the same thing with like RTS, like StarCraft. All the StarCraft players were older and they had played these type of games for a long time. There's no like kid going into StarCraft and starting to become the best. No fucking way.
Whenever I'm back to like, the death of StarCraft is really like, I think 11 is becoming popular.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, it's like, not really kind of the same thing, but like you don't have to, you don't have to manage like all the units to build or your load. It's like, okay, what do I, like, last these minions?
Sure, as well,
They're
right?
controlling one character, not even.
I don't really know how StarCraft is.
StarCraft matches are like 10, 20 minutes.
StarCraft, they can be long.
They can be, but
Most of them are like 20 minutes.
League I go can go long. Definitely not.
But the thing is that when it's a 1v1, but like the thing is when it's a 1v1, there's a lot more responsibility on the player than it's a 5v5, right? In a 1v1, like we're playing, Street Fighter, who do I play? Me or you, right?
The other one is really
Or
good.
you can take
Yeah, exactly. Blame the developer or blame yourself. That's the way
with what the other teammates like. Oh, I lost.
On the outfit too.
Press tab, look at the scoreboard, a lot of
Jungle's throwing.
Yeah,
Everyone's like
always jumping.
I feel like she's like she got an ill-advised haircut. Poacher, right?
That's also true. They're expected
How long
to
until you start fighting usually in RTS?
Oh, it's
5, 10 minutes.
10 minutes probably.
Like the H2 fights?
No, like the big
here's
fights
what
are
happens. You don't
Like this H2 fights.
it's skirmishes. So you have skirmishes for the first 5 to 10 minutes, and then, you know, if that hasn't won you the game, then you start going bigger and
At the
bigger.
same time, though, League and Pro, you don't get kills for fucking like 20 minutes sometimes.
Oh yeah?
Like
I just
but
play
like
the
they usually
game.
fight when they like
Have fun.
they wuss out. Well, like pros like have very little damage. Compared to like regular non-pro matches.
But this is the problem, like, if you're in a high league, in League of Legends, like Challenger, it's a fucking boring game. Because everyone's scared. Everyone's running away. So, you know, it's better to be in, like, the Emerald region because people are fun, like, having fun.
Yeah, they just
They're not cowards, you know? Scion, yeah.
Essentially, he dies, he'll come back, and run for 2 seconds, and then he'll die.
And punch you.
Yeah, like he gets like a same like yes. So essentially, it's pretty. He talks about IMD well because essentially it's one thing the way plays it is he'll run it, down, and then he'll go with the tower, like fight and die in there, and then he'll come back to zombie, fucking like the tower, like after he's already dead. So he'll die and like, lose that, but people will still do enough damage to him.
Oh my god.
So, like that's the only time character that do that. And it's limited to different playstyle. It's something will fucking hate it.
And you see more champions. You see, like, all the sorts of champions being played in the lower, whereas the higher, like, you're never, you know,
You only see Atron, you only see Velocity, you only see that
I love that game. I love it.
Mario Party is a fucking movie.
yeah, it was great. And then Blizzard died.
What was that one character that could, like, it was Starcraft character, Abathur.
When you sat in the bush the entire time, and the fucking
And then you,
yes.
and yes,
I just moved to play. It's like years ago when we played like we just play Hots because it's still. But yeah, you love that guy. Like fucking sitting base, like doing that. Like we have to like.
I almost bought a hat. I was
But then he like
the fucking thing. I think one of his abilities put a hat on them. I almost bought a hat like
You
that.
left that so you could farm these 2 lanes.
Yeah, exactly.
playing one character, plays 3 separate characters.
Oh, the Lost
Vikings, yeah.
All like
That's all. That's so cool.
What? They cool, but you better be playing with your friends.
Well, it's so unique though. It's like this is a cool experiment. Like do something interesting.
literally got to like silver and things. But you know, you lock it with like cigars and shit. You like get up like suck my balls, I don't care.
Then they
Like you're gonna play Cigar and we'll fucking win this match. I don't believe you.
I don't remember Cigara was a Warcraft character.
What was Warcraft? What character? She was like a weird thing.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Oh, that was really faster than the creep. So you're like trying to play StarCraft the entire time. And if you had to creep, you had mobility. Or you started not mobility. You had to have vision on that part of the map. In the bushes, and you could see where everyone was moving once they killed the creeps.
That game.
No, I mean like in like a
yeah, I think they a small patches, like trying to like that part. Takes it down.
like the big problem with that game was that like it was a fucking battle. So like they were releasing like a new champion every month for that game.
Yeah.
The dev team, everyone who's on it, fucking hated that game. Like it was long hours. The community is nothing but yelling.
Yeah, something about.
The fucking people up top wasn't making enough money. So it was literally the worst thing to work on. Like you said, like 80-hour work weeks, and then you shit on here, like shit on down here, like because you're not feeding your objective, you're not feeding your target like objectives or monetization, so you're not getting bonuses. It's hard work. Like it's
That's awesome. And then they were trying to force the competitive part,
which is just not
That's never worked.
They eventually gave a bonus. They shit money into that.
once the CEO moved upside, yeah, that was his baby.
They were trying to do like a world, like nation v nation thing, fucking Overwatch, right?
I remember that.
Yeah, worlds, what they call it, Overwatch World. And then that doesn't exist anymore, right?
No.
Is there still like
Owl is completely developed.
is there still a competitive scene for Overwatch? Is that game just
That's how it works. You'll go in, like maybe it might be in like an unofficial capacity, but like there's no activation support.
Activision doesn't support it at all? Wow, that's crazy.
And like under
Welcome to the FGC.
and like under like Microsoft as well, like they don't want to fuck with that at all.
Everyone's so happy about the blind. Like, oh, it's just
I hope you're ready for nothing but infinite sequels.
and also for them to shut down, shut down all these
So what happened?
Pyro, that's Django Gamer. Just got bought out by the publisher.
like that either.
10 cents, right?
Whoever the fuck, it's thing that, it's thing bigger than 10 cents.
Yeah.
So this is what my it's an open, this is what the I just forget what this is called.
They're not EA.
They're not, but they have a lot of governmental power in their nation.
That's the worry part.
In fact, they have a seat in the government.
Oh, there's the government.
Well,
The government can come over and do whatever they want.
yeah, that's true.
They give us all everything.
That was a good evasion. I don't know how that came out, but I think it's seriously.
Microsoft should collectively own 80% of the fucking industry.
Nope, world. Wasn't Sony trying to merge with some like massive game company and they were trying to get blocked? Like, I remember there was a story. It was Microsoft. Or something.
I have Microsoft buy Activision.
That
And
was
still went through. The FTC said,
The European Union also like that price.
yeah, and then it's like,
Shit dog.
kind of sort of came in and sort of said, I don't care.
Oh yeah.
People got replaced and turned around and then the all Poacher and everything that Microsoft and everyone did.
But also the whoever works with stuff, tried multiple times. Yeah, they tried multiple, like, they took it up into, like, brought it up multiple times and failed, so, something's going on.
I mean, it happens. You know, I just can't wait for Bethesda to get Chill. I'm just waiting for someone to buy Bethesda and just fire everyone from top.
Already happened.
Really?
Microsoft owns them.
So why haven't they fired all the fucking people in the top?
Well, they are still kind of making money, but Starfield was,
They're making money, sure, but they're not making good games anymore. They just re-released an old game and it was good, but they didn't make the re-release. They hired another company to do it.
People realized that was all Microsoft.
Yeah, making the Oblivion.
But it's actually good, because like, yeah, it's a game.
It's funny because, you know, Bethesda can only make a good game that they've already made.
Yeah,
That's all I do. No?
Starfield was so...
That game was trash.
a buddy of mine is like the
I'll get one more.
Bethesda fan.
Yeah, I had a few hundred.
I don't even know if it's
I remember we were talking. I remember him being excited though. This is before Fallout 4. It's before Fallout 4 you were so you know. But he already kind of. Oh, he wasn't like Fallout 3 actually.
doesn't sound like you like Bethesda fans.
Like what? Oh, so it's like.
That's not really.
It's not Bethesda. No.
Well, let's be honest. That's like the most like normie opinion ever. Is I don't like any game. I love New Vegas.
Yeah.
I like Fallout 3, even though it's not a great game. I like it because I grew up playing.
Kind of loud about
Got something awesome about Norman.
It's funny saying Norman, over the course of COVID, Husband and I did a gaming podcast for a very small amount of time. Somebody, you were questioning the guy who got the Bethesda games. And I really like, basically, you play any Bethesda games, he's like, yeah, like Doom, and like Fallout New Vegas, and I'm like, you actually played a Bethesda? And he's like, no. And I'm like, neither am I. sorry, whoever the fucking doing. We can't answer this question. We fucking hate this video. He's been running that stuff.
It doesn't suck, like, it's not something stupid.
Skyrim has no soul. That's my problem. It has no soul.
Magic is the magic is awful, and that's the worst part.
Because when I play Oblivion, I smile all the time. Why? Because all the fucking NPCs are jank. I hear these conversations that are like everyone is on drugs. That makes me happy. When I go into
someone
Skyrim,
still drugs and get stabbed in the street because the AI broke his
yeah, I have the highwayman comes, robs me, I pickpocket him, he notices this, he just says, okay, I don't need it anyway.
Do they still have the audio book in the Oblivion remake?
No, they don't have the voice lines.
Like,
that-
where is like...
Really,
They
which
kept
one?
They kept the one where she's like, oh, that was crap, let me read it again.
They kept it.
that one.
I was like the most famous one. They couldn't remove that one.
They didn't redo everything. Some are not re-recordings, but they like re-did.
There were some voice lines that were.
Yeah, they did a better recording of the other one.
Yeah, I know. That's like iconic. Yeah, that's like if you redid Skyrim, you know, the fucking arrow that moves fucking light from every guard. Oh yeah, I used to be a field soldier, but then I took an arrow to the or whatever the fuck it says.
I used to watch the other journal like
My favorite part about Oblivion is that all the guards have like there's two voices for every guard.
Yeah.
It's just you have male guard 1, male guard 2, and you have 50 of them in every city.
they had like they were like
And that guard also plays Shay Gorath in the fucking DLC, and he plays.
oh,
what?
like, I'm pretty sure he's in Skyrim also.
Oh yeah, yeah.
His voice is like a ton of things, but he's like a couple range now.
You want to play that game with leading voice acting? Play the fucking Hitman trilogy. It's so fucking funny. Like half of the NPCs are like all the guard NPCs voiced by the same fucking guy. There's like, sir, have you seen anything? Have you seen a bald man? And you're like sitting there like, no. or like when it came out before like the R word.
Oh yeah.
If you like pull out like a banana and like threaten them with it, like and then you put it away, like oh shit, good shit. But it's like through all that game, it's like that game took like 10 years to finish all 3 pieces of it, and it's the same ass voice actor for the entire fucking thing.
They just wanted to pay one guy and that was it.
But it's like comical. Or like Jason Bateman's lines every time like oh my god, the voice actor. Like you're like serving somebody as like a sushi chef or whatever, and they're like, oh man, I've been looking forward to sushi. Apparently your sushi's the best. Ah yes.
My favorite one is the one in the
like look at the camera.
the one he's showing up the house. When he's showing up
Oh yeah,
you also walk into every single room of the house in those same place.
Yeah, so he's like a realtor. He's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of open spaces in here. Not a great place to perform suspicious deeds. And you go in the basement, he's like, this is a great place to store bodies or other such things if they were in your way. I don't know what you mean by it. Like, nothing at all.
That was the best. It's like, yes, it's the tiles are very easy to clean. It's a mess. I'm so fine. Yeah, that's not fun.
No, they are. They're genuinely like one of the only like next-gen video games that came out in like the last 10 years. Yeah, I'm not.
Now, who's going to be 007 in that game? Like, who are they going to model it after?
But also, it's being shown off this weekend because that game award.
But yeah, like that game
But
is
it's
like.
really fun though. I don't care about design. I just want to
Have those.
I want to run the air conditioner like that.
No, it's
Or
like
use a big fan to warm on the skyscraper.
that game is like very. Like they like.
I never played what? Hitman's? I played what's the newest Hitman game? Like Hitman Worlds or something?
Yeah, that's
World
the
Assassination. Yeah.
That's like all three of
Yes,
them.
World Assassination, thank you. Yes, okay. So yes, I played that.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So like like the big thing with that is like it's got like all those kind of like systemic interactions. It's kind of like back in like 1999 when people were playing like Deus Ex for the first time and you're like, oh my god, you can just blow the door open with the mind. Like mine, like it's like that. You're like, oh yeah, I'm dressed appropriately for this area. No one expects today. It's like, oh, this guy like walks in their candelabra. And you're just like, You shoot it, it falls down, and it kills him, and you're like, I can't believe that works.
Yeah, that's like,
or like
they
how
have they have to be full routines where they're like, here, and then here. And you're sending them on like sushi plates or buying them a drink and they're like,
or just, you know, they walk by this spot where I can put some water down, and I can like, you know, interfere with well, like, what are the fuck are those bars? Extension cords with like a bar on it, and you can like pump it up, and it's like, oh, yeah, power bar, thank you. And they like walk into it, they get electrocuted, and it's like, oh my god, that's so cool. That's just like a consequence of how this game is designed.
Have you either like only like no discovery mode? Oh my god, yeah, like I have a friend that like stays green or whatever. As long as no one's seen you do anything suspicious. You cannot change other hitman's suit.
Ah, okay.
So you actually like...
It's like a challenge run.
Yeah,
I think I saw a video of some guy doing it in a clown suit.
Probably.
Okay.
It's like one of those, like, ones where they can't actually kill anyone. Okay. So they have to always leave the person to death accidentally.
Can't actually kill someone. Okay.
Like, they set up like an accident.
Good.
I should have hired actually. That was kind of like, going in the racetrack in Miami, dress up as the flamingo, go interfere with the pyrotechnics, and then like make sure that Zero and Ox wins the race by like sabotaging the other engine. And he goes up on the stage, pyrotechnics go, and it's like explodes like what? It's like fucking like Starman's up. Like,
I watched a couple videos of like kill everyone as well.
Yeah,
the opposite of what.
But also like no, get discovered during it.
oh man, that's like Colorado is built to that fucking that level sucks ass. It's so bad.
It's not bad. It's just a little shit. It's like very different.
It's like a traditional stealth game level instead of.
I think they should have one though, but yeah, it's not exactly quite.
No, you go with the sniper rifle. You sit
level.
on the water tower and you sit there and you shoot everyone and you shoot everyone who comes to the tower and you leave with a score of 0.
They need to fix them there.
That level fucking sucks.
They kind of can't tell where the shots come from.
I always think that is like bullshit when you like shoot a rifle and you're like, oh, like you can tell, but then I'm like, I was saying to you earlier, I play control, and like half the time I know where an enemy is located just by like, I see a bullet fly on my head, I'm like, there's somebody over there. I immediately turn her over and I just start blind firing until I see the person in the eye. I am terrible at shooting.
Isolation?
Right?
Prey. Oh, which Prey?
Honestly,
top three favorite games of all time.
Good. It sucks ass in that game with Lane.
Yeah,
everyone expected it to be like the old.
This was another fucking. This was a Bethesda game, right?
Yeah,
Arcane. This was one of the worst things they ever did was name that game Prey so that they couldn't make a sequel to it. Because it was called Prey, they couldn't do anything with it. And that game ended on a perfect cliffhanger that could be put into the next realm.
You play fucking that game is like 100 times better than Dishonored, man. Like everyone always fucking Dishonored. Nah, man, Prey.
And then the game they made afterwards was dog shit. The fucking
you want to play good games? Play fucking Prey Mooncrash.
Oh yeah,
Prey Mooncrash.
Oh yeah, I have to guess it.
Yeah, literally,
I never finished it though.
Well, so like Deathloop was like their first studio, and Prey was their Austin studio, the one that got shut down.
Yeah, good one.
And like Mooncrash was also from an Austin studio, right? And it's like it's unbelievable looking at like all of the stuff that is like good about Prey Mooncrash. It's not Deathloop at all. They just totally fucking dropped the ball.
Deathloop is when they started making bad characters for the sake of being bad characters, I think. Like, I'm okay with Prey has a couple characters. Like, it doesn't have many character interactions, right?
I genuinely do not remember anybody in that game.
I remember your dad. Not your dad, your old guy. Your brother.
I remember the system.
Most of those kind of games you don't remember what character. Daisy Dungeon's like the kind of
I remember
one really.
I remember blue gun and fucking climbing up walls with it. I remember like stunning somebody like one of those like typhoons with the fucking electricity power and then blowing his head off. I remember the first time I was in like a random office and I had enough typhon power for a nightmare spawn. I fucking shit my pants. That's scary.
Well, I remember playing that game. The first time I played that game, I was so scared of using the Typhon powers, I accidentally got the good ending. Because I put all my points into the human powers instead of the Typhon powers. And then I played it again, and I just did the opposite. And then I got the bad one. The first time I played that game, I don't think I remember a game that made a bigger impact on me. Like, as I was playing, like, holy fuck, this is so easy.
Well, I think they're really cool, and it's like, you can't ever talk to people about it. It's like,
And they didn't change Ocho Throw at
the
all.
really cool thing is like, you'll remember what you answered in this survey the first time you go through it. It's like, oh man, like, you like to do experience, but like literally, it asks you a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
And then playing the game challenges your answers on that question. Like, do you like to do experiences? Some people say yes, and then but when it comes to choosing a build, when you choose, you're like a stealth build, like what I do in every game, right? Like what did I? It's like I like doing experiences. You're like, maybe. And then what did I play? Well, I went with all like the craziest bullshit powers to solve everything that I thought was the most overpowered thing. I'm like, yeah, that's what I always do.
I think there's one problem with the game is that at the end, the number of enemy spawns on the hardest difficulty is ridiculous. It makes it so that you cannot. Stealth is the only way to finish the game. At the end on the hardest difficulty, when there's all those fucking giant eye robots and all the Typhons have all
You're not crazy enough. I'm like, I'm seeing you do like headbutt. I'm like headbutt and then do super. Headbutt and then do super after boxing. And sure enough, you go pressing the button. I'm like, damn, if you didn't get the hell there,
you run out on every gun. It's just okay. Come on.
I think Nerd Crash does that a little better. I do wish they like.
nice.
I know they have like that system where you can kind of like. They give you like points when you get high inventory items before you go in. And like, the difficulty of the game is like up here if you buy items, down here afterwards.
But that's with all of these like what do you call this? Metroidvania type games? Roguelike. There you go. But that's with all these roguelikes.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. Like a more pure roguelike. Yeah, so like a roguelike.
Light to light.
Yeah, what's the difference? I hate
So I hate it too. Roguelike, you go in with nothing. Roguelike, permanent upgrade.
You have permanent.
Yeah. So like Hades, you get upgrades to make it more powerful. That's a roguelike. Binding of Isaac.
That's
you go in.
roguelike.
Roguelike. You go in, bare ass every time. Most card games, you unlock new or dungeon to dungeon. You unlock new shit, but you go in as like to make it big. Right? Like another roguelike. Roguelike, you have powers every time. Or like Hitman.
You get upgrades that are like tools for next one.
Yeah.
Or like max health or increase max mana
Or like Hitman freelancer mode.
Yeah.
Which is like that's a roguelike. Because you get like main objective, side objectives, you get money based on that, and that's how you choose like, okay, here's what my loadout is going to next. That's like
You get taken away with that because
that's
you die.
or
with what's around
that's a roguelike. Well, it kind of like covers in the line.
Okay.
It's so
Or like Splunkies. I don't know what kind of like
Barely.
but like
I saw it. Yeah. That's what I was like.
You have to do like a proper roguelike, like all the zones, none of the
I'm
bullshit.
almost like Isaac too, because you're unlocking new areas every time you play.
Yeah. Or like Crypto and Exponential, that's another one where like, you do all
That's the
the
music one, right?
yeah, you do all the zones like one at a time, and that's like the roguelike stuff. But then like if you want like the
I love that butt slap's easier to get away with. You have the perfect carry it correctly.
you gotta do it on cadence and melody, and then on the whatever kind of thing. I gotta be for
That game is fucking hard.
That game is fucking really fun.
Oh, that hits. I did not know.
And then they have that new roguelike coming out, or that already came out, fucking Dark Souls or Elden Ring.
Oh, the
Shadows.
Night Rain.
Night Raid, yes, thank you.
I've heard that.
Trigo's played it. I think he played through a bunch of it.
Yeah? That game on Steam right now has really bad reviews.
Echo dog shit?
Apparently people are pissed off because it won't let you play with just 2 people.
Yeah.
Either
no,
you
they
play with
announced
3
that a while
people
ago.
or 1, and with 1 person it's apparently almost
We
impossible.
do that like with the now.
Oh, you're still rocking it down. Awesome.
Great. Yeah. Always. Weird.
Like, that was no quantity, though.
Oh, you should be happy to see it, I guess.
They weren't able to duel.
No way. That's so sad. That's sad. Even though you kind of called it. Oh no.
You didn't have the buff. You didn't have the buff. Unusual, but I guess it's considered better holding it there,
No, I was like, do super. I was like, do level 3 after he blocks headbutt.
But I think the problem is they designed the game with the idea of 3 people doing damage at once, right? So that's why you want to play so hard because it's
I was so ready for that to absolutely like destroy you.
player scaling. I really like recently added like 2 player scaling.
Yeah, that
That was added in the middle of the world.
it's such a weird shit. Like,
Like that.
why would you go all the way from 1 to 4?
So that.
That's how it works because every time someone leaves it says the monster gets weaker.
Yeah, hold the. You can't have to do it.
So that franchise existed for like 50 years, and it was like you either hunt it alone or you got a group that did the whole group.
Like as soon as you had 1 other person, it's now 4 players.
Because they,
Really, I had no idea.
Because they assumed you were gonna have full group. That's how the game was played.
Yeah.
Like you go and
Yeah, you back when the hard turn.
yeah,
You know,
like when the community for the game was only like this big, and people actually
And everyone's only playing 1 game, and everyone's in Japan also.
Yeah, well, and then but with Worlds, the audience was like this, so like this, and suddenly, we need like 2 to 3.
Did you do it? Or what did you do wrong?
What did you do?
They didn't get my no, we had like they never got a backlash to worry about it. People probably didn't like it, but
Every game since had 1 player.
I was hoping you finally did like the headbutt block.
So 1 player is 1.0, is like 1 time scaling, no scaling. 2 player is 1.85.
Oh, it's not linear scale. It's
No,
not
it's 1.85. 4 player is 2.6. So with 3 players, you still have an advantage.
Yeah.
And with 4 players, you have a huge.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage.
Yeah. No, 4 player hunts are a fucking team. You grossly outdamage the monster.
yeah, it world.
But the monster, if it gets a really big like 1-hit attack off on you,
Right. All my lives.
if you wipe all 3 lives,
Yeah.
if there's a full party wipe, that's the trade-off,
It's
right?
still different every now and then. You know, you don't like this like any wild.
I grew up on Monster Hunter Monster Unite. That game was fun. Really fun.
That'd be like 3 ultimate. Nope. 4 ultimate.
Yes, yeah. The ultimate. When they introduced like Sin Ogre into the game.
Yeah, I don't know. The island.
The water one. Oh, that's
I think I want to say Alex Brown did it.
Altero, that's the final boss, right?
Yeah,
Was it 3 or 4? I remember it was.
I think it's 3. It's the same one that's been over at Alex Brown.
Yeah, 4 years is black.
The guy, Chris.
And that big whale.
That's what back now.
Yeah.
Now you're fast.
Apparently, allegedly. Well, I mean, okay, so they yeah.
Really? They're bringing the water combat back?
No, they're bringing like IFS back for this whole game.
What's stupid though? Oh, there are water. I'm just sure I didn't like the water combat.
So it was like when Miles had from like
I love that.
and so like, that's like the first time they've gotten the Leviathan stuff, like the
Oh, they got
they figured out the bug, right? So like
One was the bug. It was just the engine couldn't support like
That's like the way,
Like the wiggling?
like yeah,
So
something
the
like
way that
it was bone.
the way that has been translated,
Okay,
like
yeah.
very
Translate.
Some kind of is either a bug or whatever, and it's done it like just like
Guys?
If they get their own thing going, it's like,
Take it out. I like paper.
Are you on a paywall?
unless they have
Yeah, they keep it
I
there.
actually thought I spaced that.
Like it's a hard to control. It's coming. It is on the way.
That was the bet sport that just wouldn't take, man. Like that shit was, we were thinking that was either going to be a base roster or so it's over.
Yeah.
Well, I think I feel like that's like if you want to call
One of them they didn't have enough time.
It's hard to know because
They didn't.
I think
One
there's
they
a
like
reason
committed.
why we had the same like shadow shoes like
it wasn't the first one I said. There was something else after.
it's not losing
I think especially if they still hard. It's not long.
apparently the meta right now is like fucking 6-0 is high and we're just like
Have any of like the giant creatures in the game yet? Like, what was that fucking sand creature in Generation? That you fought on the boat. No, you fought him on the boat. It was something in the sand. Genmoran. Yes.
No, that's not.
No. What? I know, but that's hard.
They kind of moving away
From the huge ones, like Lao Shen Long.
They're awesome.
No, because like World, like
Yes, yes. But before the DLC, I played that whole.
so I had like
Yeah, the lava one. Yeah. The gold one is pretty big.
I still never fought it.
That was fun fight. Weird but fun.
I love the Demon Fight, the Final Fantasy monster.
You have no idea how many times I queued up this fucking fight. And some guy with his damage optimized build comes and dies fucking 3 times in a row. And then he comes I've not talked in that game. This guy came into my hunts and died repeatedly. I'm looking at him I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I am sick. Put on HD boost or get the fuck out. I am sick of watching your ass die. You are not good enough in this game to run a fully absolute damage optimized build.
just like the presentation.
Triple and fuckers
To be fair, that monster was hard. Like, that was probably the hardest monster to play.
Oh yeah, no, it was a real low one.
Yeah. How many people I saw die from the fucking meteor that didn't know to hide behind the rocks?
Or do the jump.
Yep.
I don't think that worked though. Did it? Did it work? I couldn't afford it.
I Dragoon jumped out of the way.
Okay. The one that's no one ever knows.
Because you had to do it on Extreme Off.
Okay.
There was nothing to hide behind an Extreme Off. You had to do
I don't know if everyone
But
keeps
then
making
it was pickle bill.
like middle.
That was go.
I don't know.
Everyone said we don't go tails.
It's just
No, he doesn't. It's not real. Never happened in a game.
And off his tail, he picks it up in his mouth and walks around with it.
No, he doesn't. There's no force ever.
He does the same shit with his dresses.
They just like that.
That's me, man. I played it for a long time ago. I don't remember.
No, this seems weird. Because Capcom didn't like in real stuff. It says you can, but there's never been any footage that's like reliable.
regular Lapras.
That of him doing it himself. Yes, no, it is like there's like.
Well, he definitely does the Great Jaggers. That's indisputable. That's like literally how they introduce him. Like, the Great Jaggers comes out, he shows up, and he literally
Below the Great
no, like,
Jaggers.
his introduction mission, he like picks the Jaggers up, starts fucking like, I'm fucking like, beats your ass with the Jaggers, and sit there like, ah!
So it's like one of the world, most games, most are like lore books, whatever. I don't know why it can rip off its own tail with certain techniques to like.
It's like a fucking Carbot animation meme.
Like it's never. I mean, it's in the book, but there's never a single thing.
So did they forget to put the code in that said it's
Well, it just never enjoyed it. Like people have thought they've seen it a lot of times. With older games, when they're in you place the fight, you place the meat down.
Yeah, I mean, actually,
Yeah, but like the tail, like flying from their hand. So long time that people put meat in the. So people like kind of end up landing inside another tail. You think it. So it just hasn't been any footage. There's been some footage that's been like debunked to be fake. They should do it in Wild Stuff. They should make it finally do it in its own game.
I don't even know if Dell was just going to come back to that.
Ah, there's no way you're done.
No, it might not.
I want bagel boots.
Tell me about that Fogler. I don't think they...
It's so annoying, I love it.
Bagel was in fucking... Bagel was in World of Rise.
Yes, that's right, he was in Rise too, that's right.
What was that fucking, the flying one that shot bombs at you? Oh yeah, that was okay.
I call it bagel boots.
Well, yeah, Beetlejuice.
It's Beetlejuice, something like that. I call them bagel.
Bagel, lasagna, Monster Hunter players, intensity and things like that. Food.
The angry pickle.
Yeah,
Pickle Joe.
Pickle, Devil Joe, bagels, lasagna was like Diana.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we have the food, we fucking carpet bonito. I remember playing World and thinking to myself, shit, this game's a lot easier compared to the generation.
Oh yeah.
I scored the 6 out of it. I think I scored 5. It's a lot more fun to play if you're a Monster Hunter person. Oh yeah. And then like Rise is the same way. Like all like the old happy like, oh man, it's so better. I played it like this game was fucking more fun. And you don't play like Sunbreak and I'm like, this is what a real game is. So yeah, like I don't know, I'm just like master rank build or RC rank build or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know, it's gotta be harder. They're changing the motherfucker. Give me the fucking black Diablos from like the old days. That's just fucking faster than the speed of light and gets killed you one way. We're playing my expert bag like Diablos. Oh yeah? Chill bullshit.
Bullshit some of the stuff.
Well, I mean, of course. Like you have some of the Plesios.
Yeah, plus it's checking.
Yeah, with the hitbox it's like this.
And also it doesn't even like move. Like
I just got lucky.
or the controls actually work. You're not playing the tune.
Oh, the camera's bad, especially the bigger the monster was, the worse. You're just looking inside of them, you know? Like, I can see what it ate for breakfast, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
I get like the C-stick or you're doing like the D-pad and all this shit.
I played on the PSP, like those old games, so there was a second stick. It just fucking burnt your hands because you needed to play like this.
Yeah. I played kind of Guitar Hero on my DS. It was actually I go on to the Game Boy Color slot. You know, the DS has like Game Boy Color. Yeah, it's not in there. And then you have like 4 strums and it goes sideways and strum the touch string. And then the top string you strum the touch string. I played this so much.
This is awful.
Yeah, it was not like I guess I had that was child. I had one smaller.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. How about you grab that now and it's like this?
Yeah, you don't have the order, but it's also like the notes.
Oh, so it didn't have the orange?
Yeah, it didn't have them. No, they were in the first.
Yeah, so this is a little easier because I was thinking like if you had all the notes and you have the speed, like there's no way you can strum your thing.
Yeah, no, I can't like do that. Ah, it's a fun game. I just played it.
Yeah. All back then. The user experience was really bad in every single game. They never thought of like, oh yeah, the user no.
That one is also
Suffering. Monster Hunter could not be played unless you were playing it with the clock. It was impossible. It could not be played.
I
figured they jump games.
Because at that time I knew
What is it? And I'll like hang out with my friends. They're like, how do you say? I'm like, it's so fucking simple.
he was a
That's what it has right there. You can't look it up online because you figure it out yourself. When you figure it out yourself, you're like,
I just look around and I'm like, oh, it's not here. What's menu 50? What's all?
oh, menus. Although that being said, menus nowadays sometimes worse than old menus. Especially like RPGs, when there's fucking there's a million options in the menu. Yeah. Or Diablo games where, like Path of Exile, I don't know about Path of Exile, I haven't played it, but Path of Exile 1, there are so many options in your inventory, in your
fairly hard. Not having so he treated
It's definitely acceptable. It comes down to that.
The strangest thing they ever did in Path of Exile was change the currency from Exalted. Like they made the Exalted, which used to be the number 2, and they switched it around. Why? What was the reason behind that? Because it made people's inventory just get tanked, where they had fucking 100,000 Exalt.
Yeah.
And nope.
I tried to get a Path of Exile 3 that was the first one, but I just never. I got. But I never had that much on it. Dude lost it.
Yeah? I've heard some complaints about 2. It's sort of a slog. Like it's way too slow. That's what I've heard.
It's slower, yes. Instead of throwing a bajillion enemies at you, like that have like it's not a real sector. They like cabbage, and they're more threat and stuff, and you have to be a bit slower. Yeah, it's like it's a good like trade-off. Yeah. So like you have a lot of stuff to kill. It's like screen's pretty full. But it's not like a million things overlap on top of each other. And then they die.
Although Diablo 4 is a lot slower than Diablo like 1.
I never well, I tried the beta, but
the farm culture was
They will never bring back my favorite character from Diablo 2, the assassin.
That was sick.
They'll never bring back that playstyle. Never. I was so salty when I saw that Diablo 4 released fucking 4 classes and none of them were interested. You had a warrior, you had a fucking sorcerer, you had everything else.
wow, the most generic one.
Yeah. No, there was Druid. Yeah. But the Necromancer was the DLC. 3 came out with Sorcerer, Berserker, Demon Hunter, which was just an archer, and there was Witch Doctor, right? Witch Doctor.
Yeah, it's called fucking there's characters in Oxy. It's like going back to the card the base characters off the wall.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
There's a Demon Hunter, there's a
just follow the fucking Hunter, and then they like I forget his name, but he gets some little gremlins.
That's a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, and then the dog guy, the Asian lady with the like one shot
That's a Sorceress.
Holy shit.
like early action.
They have a Berserker, the guy that runs around.
It's like a lady with 2 swords.
Yes, exactly.
Her ultimate, like, she like jump and they like trap you in like a cage and then she fucking just
It's Jarvan from League of Legends. Yeah.
I can definitely tell
Old
you.
games are fun. Why can we never talk about this for a new game? You know what I mean?
Like, that was like.
We're talking so strongly about these old games. It's the last new game you played that released last year.
all the old games were made by a bunch of fucking nerds who wanted to make something cool to play. And these games are made by people who want to play.
Like maybe the latest game that came out with some soul was like Baldur's Gate.
we're talking like big budget games, like
But of course, any game.
yeah, I mean, we're going to indie games, we're going to find like a whole bunch of this guy, somebody runs like a thing, one person, it's like, I think it's really easy, yeah.
Like the guy that made Undertale. Yeah, I saw that. It has like a 98% positive.
I saw it up to like fucking 6
There was no way that game was getting less than like a 90% positive. There's no way. People worship that guy.
You're playing on
Yes, I love that game. That was the
watching, just like,
Elden.
oh my god,
Yeah.
so happy that it was
I got all that. I was so happy.
like for some it was a
sick.
not no slow.
Yeah.
This game's so dumb. I love it.
I had never played
Can't wait for us to get it.
I didn't either. I wish I did back in the day because I would have loved to watch.
It was so fun, but once you figured out what the best weapons were, the 2 shotguns.
I didn't even use them.
Really?
It wasn't. And I used the standard.
Monster, you're at like a 7, you strike back down to like a 5.
There's a couple stupid strategies in that game, but I think that's the fun of that game, right? That you can customize it. If you want to play the 2 shotguns or the snake driver, the one, Cloud Bunker, yeah.
I also enjoy kind of how the bosses were always hard.
Ace Blue was still kind of
Elden Ring, you could patch the boss.
Yeah, I want you to play the final boss. Second playthrough, showing up to the final boss, and I thought and what was the poison but not poison?
Scarlet Rod.
So, I spent the entire game using Scarlet Rod and poison. This is the final boss, immediately completed Scarlet Rod.
Don't worry.
What am I supposed to do?
I played all of Dark Souls 3 with a Pyromancer build. That's the DLC that has the Pyromancer
Oh man, you don't want to see how I got to Dark Souls.
What was the use of Pyromancy in Dark Souls 3?
It was like one of the DLCs. It was
The demon?
Second half. I think I played it.
some like DLC now.
The gold one or the other one?
The other one.
Yeah, you do the fallen
That's what I thought, the demon princess.
Most things in that DLC have resistance to like fire and stuff. Not everything, but most. So it's like, oh no, the harder. It's like a back and forth.
Dark Souls 3, you know what Dark Souls 3 did but Elden Ring didn't? Had good bosses. Elden Ring has some dog shit bosses. The final boss might be the worst boss in the game. Like, not the first final boss, the second final boss.
the fucking whale with the
That is a fight that I guarantee you, whoever designed that fight considered you having the horse.
Yeah,
But you don't have the horse in that fight. No, you don't.
They patched it in.
You don't have the horse.
Okay,
What?
They patched it in like last year.
Really? They fixed it? Oh, okay. So when it came out, you didn't have the horse. And I knew that this fight was meant to have the horse because it was so far away from you.
it's like the fire giant. Yeah, second horse.
Yeah, the horse.
I never liked the horse.
That fire giant fight, you can choose it. Just like the horse combat never felt like you were actually doing something skillful. It was just luck. I just go next to his foot and I press R1, R1.
Or like,
No, you just hold the heavy attack.
Or that.
or like the wyverns.
Sometimes you're just like,
Yeah, they're wyverns.
Oh,
Like all the wyverns. Expect to use the horse that it's significantly easier to go, walk up to them, and tackle away at their legs. And then when they move, you roll back to their legs and keep hacking away.
I think they made such a big open world that they needed to make some like shitty some bosses where they just put 2 bosses in the same boss room as the one. There are 2 like of those giant gargoyles in one of the boss rooms.
yes.
It is one of the worst fights you've ever had.
There's 2 versions of that fucking fight.
Is there really? The second version? Oh, it's in the mountain, right? The end game. Yeah.
Or like the fucking horse skin duo. You have to fight those assholes several times. I'm like, why do I have to keep fighting this scrotum?
I cheesed the fuck out of that fight. There was a.
You stand on the pillar and you just whip stuff out of it.
I found one of these weapons that you got from one of the death birds. And its R2 attack shot out like a blue flame. It was so strong. You could kill them in 2 or 3 minutes, and I was like, okay, that's the best in this fight.
Seeing all the open world stuff much bigger when they have like sprinting to them. Yeah. And like someone like.
But they made it minus 1, not minus
The idea of sprinting shouldn't exist in video games. The sprint should be the walk speed. The run speed. Sprinting should not exist.
Well, because when you expect, then you have to make the big that bigger.
Because you're going to travel
But
fast.
suddenly it's faster, and
Which
you're
is the problem that like fucking side chain, right? The problem with Sonic well, if you move like super fast, level heavy big, and then developing levels to these fucking arcade, like it takes longer, and then you can't put it in, and then it takes quality control to win. It's like really good for the first time.
and they're going to become 20 and like, oh, fuck.
Or the opposite is that you need to make Sonic really slow and you don't feel like you're playing Sonic.
Which is hilarious because like Mario actually moves faster than Sonic.
I believe it, honestly. It feels like that sometimes.
It's an illusion of speed.
Motion more helps Sonic team have so much.
Video games are completely fucking illusion. Of course. Like, some video games actually you're not even losing. The world moves around you.
I'm glad we all agree that Dark Souls is the best game ever, and in every game since we've done.
Dark Souls 3 was the best out of the 3. I will.
You were wrong.
No. Dark Souls 3 was not better than Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2 was easily better than Dark Souls. I'm not considering Bloodborne. Bloodborne was the best, but easily the
I've
best.
played Bloodborne.
But Dark Souls 2 was easily better than Dark Souls 1. It is much more, it's more in-depth, less janky bosses.
The jankiness, yes,
Mike, we're gonna disagree on this.
Dark Souls 2 is the best, there you go.
No. But like Dark Souls 3 is my least favorite. How does it feel?
Least favorite compared to Dark Souls 2?
I haven't played Dark Souls 2.
You should, it'll change.
2 is an interesting one, though.
But like, but like for me, like the things that I like about video games, that's Dark Souls.
You like hard slow.
No, it's the way the world's that gets me, right? Where Dark Souls 3 is like very it's like very video gamey and how like when you go like for example when you go to the prison like a Dark Souls 3. Remember the guys who like suck your health away and
Okay, yes. Yeah, in the
but it, like when it starts right up goes up and that it like brings you back around to the bonfire and like when I open the door I'm like this is gonna be the fucking start. I can already tell like I'm like keeping track of it. I'm like this is the fucking start again. I open the door, it's sure it's starting. I'm like this is so fucking read on route. Where in like Dark Souls it feels more like you're exploring like more of the world. Just how they designed it. Yeah, it's like a preference thing, right? Where it's like I wasn't always anticipating where like the contact points would be, where in Dark Souls 3 it's like
you can tell because there's some locked doors and you're like, I'm gonna end up here.
Like Dark Souls 1, like you don't.
well, it's only
Get zone you travel that actual angle to the doors.
yeah.
So, which is a bit to make also. It's so much better.
But like I'm not gonna just do this like he's gonna be more fun, snappier, and more involved, and like. I like the world design of Dark Souls 1 a little better. Even the combat is like literally the most cool. Like, what do I do?
Like he stuck to it in design.
Wait, he hits you? Okay. Hide behind the shield again. Wait, it is like literally all your boss challenges hide behind the shield and press R1. And the opening is like fucking Snorlax and Pikachu and then Magus or Magus, whatever DLC boss is. Yeah.
The one at the bottom of the
pit, you like Artorias as well. Samus.
Watch out.
Samus and Artorias. They kind of decide, like that's like the trajectory of Dark Souls. Like Super Dark Souls games, but like those are DLC bosses. You like hear about Artorias stopping the guys in the well, and then he was corrupted. So you do it as you take like everyone, you're like a nameless nobody. So he's the guy who was credited for it. But you're the one who actually did that.
You remember that level in Dark Souls 1 where it's all fucking dark? It's the Tomb of the Giants.
The Tomb of the fucking Giants.
Oh, that's a great level.
The Tomb of the Giants is such an cool level.
Well, what's that one the castle?
The other one that sucks is Light Town because that game was not based on performance.
No, so Dark Souls Remastered, Light Town runs kind of.
Yeah. You know why Light Town has so ass?
everything's loaded at once.
The entire area is loaded. Yeah.
No, that yes, but okay, I'm trying to tell like walk holding constant.
Yeah, so if it wasn't not loaded, it wouldn't be the problem.
No, but like it shouldn't have been trying to like you're trying to doing no places to walk areas that the game would never get to basically as well. Yeah, so it's doing more math than it has to.
And loading stuff that didn't have to render and stuff didn't have to render.
Yeah, like the huge thing with DDI, it was like
Yeah, Dark Souls Remaster, Light Town runs a little bit better.
Yeah.
And then I mean, like, on modern PC.
Yeah.
I don't have everything. I only have everything.
I know some people don't like it. I do like it. It runs 60. I like it.
I know how to get out of it, right?
The combat feels up there. No. Yeah. So you press a button, your character actually flashes. Which is like very janky.
It's not super responsive.
I don't mind the janky because I like the world design. I like how bleak it is. But like 3 is combat's much faster. I'm like, man, it's not the same. It looks the same. It feels the same. It's not.
But maybe I feel this way because Dark Souls 3 was the first Dark Souls game I played. And then I think Dark Souls 1 after it.
Yes, Dark Souls 1 is the first.
Maybe that's why. Maybe it's some sort of nostalgia.
Dark Souls 2 outside of 3 has seen pretty disaster.
Dark Souls 2, some guy was smoking crack when he put in a attribute called adaptability. And if you didn't put points into it, you're playing the game on the hard. Adaptability was when you rolled how long your invincibility was. So if you did not figure that out, you were playing the game on like the most impossible difficulty. So when you were going through Dark Souls 2 came out, you were reading people with very different experiences. People saying that this boss is fucking impossible and this boss is really hard. Why? One of them figured out what adaptability is.
I played the original Dark Souls relatively only like over COVID when I first played it. So I played like Sekiro, yeah, so basically, so then before Elden Ring, I ended up playing like Dark Souls. And so I had a friend of mine watching, like I was streaming through Discord the entire time. So she played it back in the day when like information was limited. I'm sitting here as someone who's played like through like Monster Hunter, Sekiro already, like I've got some familiarity with Microsoft bullshit. So like going most things and like I feel like a trap is here. And all I hear is like call. God damn it! I like those bosses like I am so mad because you're not getting your ass handed to you by these bosses that just like disturb you. I don't know, man. Like a lot of times it's just like just bait the attack. Bait the attack. Fucking hit them when they're in recovery.
You play the game with a shield. You didn't play the game with like no shield and the big fucking
that's the thing. I had to shoot that, and then like what was really bored in my second playthrough. I'm like, what are magics like in this game?
Magic dog shit in Dark Souls.
Oh man, fucking summon the Holding Crystal. Hide behind the shield. Hold the crystal. Like every enemy in the game. You get enough strength to hold the fucking black knight shield. You hide behind that entire game. Just back off.
You get Havel armor at the end game.
I didn't even use Havel armor. I was walking around in the fucking I was like naked. I just had this shield because I had like a minimum amount of strength to hold the shield. I'm in the one. I'm literally back off.
Is it C immune to magic?
Yeah.
So how do you beat him?
Put the thing away, bring out a claymore, fight, do the fight properly. I know how to play the game. I can do the fight. Yeah, literally. Most people the terrible twins.
Wait, Dark Souls 1?
Yeah, Snorlax and Snow. I forget their actual names.
Oh, so that Orange Sea and Smoke.
Thank you. Yeah.
You said twins. I was thinking of two characters that look
Two
similar.
guys.
Two guys. One.
Yeah, that's the fast one. One of the chubby guy with the hammer.
And then every game they tried to remake that fight
And they always fucking fail.
because they never understand that having one of them slow and one of them fast can actually do it and have the arena big enough.
Well,
Oh yeah, Dark Souls has a killer. Dark Souls, fucking asshole who teleports behind you. Oh my god, that fight was awful.
I'll do it again.
It's like, it's like the...
We're playing online.
It's like the inner Wanda's cannon. No, that was the slug. That was the, you mean the princess? Yeah, the twin Lorraine of the Wanda's like... Okay, yeah. And his brother's on his back behind magic. I hate that button.
Well, I'm playing Dark Souls 1 and No, Dark Souls 1 is one that a player,
Oh, like when you invade, and then you're like part of the boss fight?
there's an actual boss fight where the boss is player. Like 8 player sometimes.
I know this is the case in Dark Souls 3 and other DLCs. Well, and like the final boss in 3 is also like your character if you want to.
No, like
No, the final boss in 3 is not. Is it your character? I thought it was supposed to be the final boss. It's not like the canonical. The canonical thing is how you kill when the Lord of Sin. It's really nice to play. The Dark Souls 2 that's not real. The Dark Souls 3 happens and it's like 100 years in the future, you show up and like that flashing to do all the same shit. It's you from the first hand.
I never thought of it that way. I thought it was just Gwyn.
No. It's like Gwyn also fights up the player. Because like you kill Gwyn in the first hand, you come to the new Lord of Sin. Like the flame. Yeah. And then in Dark Souls 3 it's like this bullshit needs to end. And you come in and fucking like stab yourself in the chest. No, it's cool as shit.
I'll stand with the final boss should have been the final boss of the DLC. That fucking cool ass like
Time City thing?
Yeah.
Because like and then it all fades away because like it's all
You were the last two people on Earth.
Exactly, because like the world is like it's Jacob Geller. Hey, watch.
Oh, he's the story guy, right?
Well, yeah, so like Batu Ninja is the story guy. Jacob Geller makes like esoteric video essays. Watch his Dark Souls. It's called Dark Souls. I want some Dark Souls. It's thinking of watch that video. It ties in with a movie called
I'm thinking of anything.
yeah, have you seen that? So you're fine. You have both. It's that and that. And together, I think you'll like it. You remember it from leaving here, because that's everything gambled, and I should have it over here. I think you'll
I'll look it up.
it's like an hour, and I want to say, so it's not a long time to watch, but I think you'll watch it.
It's a pretty cool video.
And that one?
Yeah, on that note.
Is this what you're in?
Have a good one.
Fatal Fury?
Yeah,
I'm dabbling with it, but I have not been seriously playing it, so if people like want to play, I'll play, but otherwise,
Alright, well, you should do it. I'll see you later.
So you should have played one. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I have a piece of every time I touch these consoles, I'm like, I don't understand what's going on.
What do you guys many drink?
It's hard as fuck, but it's just faster. Like everything is faster.
And then like,
Yeah, you have to filter out like carry. It's Dark Souls is reactive combat. So it puts us but it might be better than just genuinely
so what the solution came up with was that poison is
shield and just start walking around in the circle. There's a couple bosses in Elden Ring who cheese that way, and you can poison this behind them and they wouldn't aggro you and just wait for their health bar to drop. Every playthrough. Like the ABC. Sorry? Like ABC. Yes, ABC, like all the way to the final ending. It is legit. I have 100% on it.
I don't know what the this guy.
And I have like 1,000 hours. It is legitimately, it's my #1 game of all time. It is so fucking. And I've been waiting for this dumbass to make another game for so long. He just refuses to make another game. Well, there's a remake of the old one. They make the fucking the card game, the fucking card game, and they're screwed. One day, maybe I'm an old man. He ends up making something amazing. Honestly, I think I just want myself because it's like I have such high thoughts on it. Specifically, I would say this earlier.
That's crazy. It sounds like
That's like,
People already hated that product. Now they really love
You can't delay one version. No, compared to the other.
because like I'm at a point where the new changes are really
No,
hard to
you
get
have Cyberpunk Revolution.
so like that feels like the most
Something
important part.
That's what happens. But like, then it comes out and it's on like, let's say it's really bad on the PS4. I don't fucking know, but it's 5, maybe 5 right now. Yeah. Whenever it's probably coming somewhere. And then all the bad reviews are going to come from that. And then it's going to be good reviews. So oh shit, what's happening? Consumers going to look at like the stuff. And then I'm going to be able to, oh, this guy says this is wonderful. This guy says PS4 is dog shit. You intentionally made the one that I'm on bad. I'm so swallowed. I'm not kidding. Oh my god, calm down. The world and the universe can revolve around this. You know what's gonna happen. And people are predicting. Talking about it on the What he tells you to not do every aspect of life. Talents, how much it is, what it is, everything right here. The things that you hear and get touched by. If I take that effect, I'm not going to feel like I'm going to snap in a couple hours. You just shouldn't be walking around on something. Shit's not real open. You're fucking open. I was living downtown, over there downtown. I don't know shit. I'm suffering right now. Walking over there on Friday that's all we're doing the test. It's on the way. It's a very soft night. Yeah. Also one of the alright. Right now, are you like
That was actually
less
it's
than
not
17. That's insane. I disgusting. 700 she gave you a 2-bedroom.
like
I think it's hard enough. I think back to this state and down back heavy punch on those blocks.
It's like $1,000 for downtown.
Well, surprisingly, I never used to do this until like last week. A lot of people were hitting the half so I could just teleport out.
I
never know to try. Just if you know that like sometimes it's a guarantee you're not going to do about it. I would just
a lot of characters
some
really
characters it's like
in one area.
that's why I say
they're right next to a church. And guess what happens when you're right next to a church? Downtown. The homeless, the screaming. I hear the fucking homeless anywhere downtown. I just thank God that I'm like in a place far enough away from downtown. I'm on like Oxford Proudfoot, so I'm far enough away that I still want to actually go here, but like
I'm on the very edge of downtown.
south edge or west north edge.
We get stuff sometimes, like people go into our garage to like get
You have a lot of people once you're recycling your garbage to get bottles.
No, I mean, there's something like that. I live just next to that.
What's the nearest main other Adelaide? Oh yeah, something intersection. I really want to be really take the balls, man. Garbage just end up with issues that you have a lot of homeless people around your house. Like, I don't know how you feel about your wife, but I don't love the idea of her being like downtown area alone. It really does. That idea does not make me feel good. I'm intimidating by your fault. Testosterone shielding is less likely to attack someone alone. Or they're more likely to attack someone alone, especially a woman, rather than two people. One time we were walking back home, downtown, my old boss is 12 bars of person. We were walking back downtown. I'm just
actually get a
has no shirt on. He is sweating profusely. Walking as he's got a watermelon under both his arms.
Oh, no, he has that.
some fucking trust and some shit. Very funny.
That's the
What the fuck was wrong with you? I don't know, I thought it was fun. Some crazy, was it like underwear?
No, these things actually might be
like a modern tuck off. He's got the invisible TVs. No! I feel like that guy might have been like you're sweating that much in your back. The only thing I know is that the worst areas of the world. I saw a guy making his dick in the middle of the road in front of the station. And that was like right in my girlfriend at the time. And that was her like first 2 weeks in London. I saw a guy jerking off in the middle of the road. Welcome to London. So she decided to take off her clothes and got embarrassed. Like, I don't fucking know what's going on. Sometimes I wish that. My shrimp. Is it great to me that I do. I feel like I see him downtown. I don't know what to make of it. Okay, it's right. Okay, that's first. Yeah. Just like you walk away. I'll walk you there. I won't walk until you actually get there. One guy, I remember one that goes down over that direction. I did live for on my shoulder to go to the sidewalk. Although one oh, that's yes, okay, I know what you're player fucking opera.
I don't see Dolphins yeah, it's a good
Yes, I can.
because like I feel like That's how you
dye my hair. I can tell you that much. It looks like lighter when you're
My character is not here yet. Still gotta be like a little monster.
We got older. Yeah, we're gonna come back.
Oh, do you see that Salvatore has his bubble on and down here? So before, you know how he had the infinite before? And they outdoor it. He's not gonna have it anymore. Like he's still down here.
Alright, you guys have your first. They start making those fucked up noises. Yeah, it's like they pull out a toy. I don't really know. Get the aggression out and afterwards she's like, oh, like that. So I challenge her from across the room to a fight. There's some like come over like M-shaped like hair. Like, when it curves back, the curves back, the curves back,
fuck that's one day when I have enough money and I'm not living in an apartment.
Oh man, they're hard. I had that tool that kind of fucked up. I'm glad I was working at the time. That shit cost me like $6,000.
Oh fuck.
That's the first one that control.
Yeah. Okay, good.
It's still, you can still tell like that.
You weren't expecting those expenses to be bad, huh?
No, I was like, oh man, that's very
I'm gone like I'm fucking 50 years old. Okay, I think that's how I think. I will try and do that more often than not. Come here for 3 weeks in a row and a fucking dip for 3 months. Yeah. I came here and I remember wearing a fucking American channel. I will play because sometimes, you know, you don't have enough time to play these games and practice them. Exactly. Right, you got
was like,
I had a good rhythm where like I get in the bed and like he was asleep. And like now it's like I get him in the bed and it's over.
I thought we were going to
I don't mind. Personally, I don't mind it.
I don't know if some, I think it's going to be a good season except for me and my team.
Yeah, I think
I'm getting too old to play. It is what it is.
No, it's kind of long-winded.
Accept it. That's all we can do. Let's do it.
But our brain was almost...
You remember some concept, yeah?
We'll see. I'll get a launcher and I'll see if I remember what to do.
We got Cam Herrera on the percussion.
I had a really cool experience with my brain.
What's the character?
We got Caleb Brown downtown.
Terrible execution.
I can't say stuff that I feel like she did.
We got Ricky Chi on the tenor
I cannot play this
saxophone.
character, but I can do a hell sweep and stuff, you know?
I can do a house leap.
Hell yeah.
Sim on the skill level. There you go.
Nice.
I'm not used to playing in a chair with arms on it. I just
Oh, yeah,
figure out where
yeah.
to put my elbows.
You know, this is pretty comfortable because it's a controller, but to take this.
Another thing on the block.
Well, that music was kind of the game for a second.
Passed away. One of the last.
Live? We got combo.
Germany occupied their own village.
Really tough time. We won an award a couple days ago. None of us were there.
Oh, you know, remember stuff.
Understand anything like what? Conceptually understood the work that I did.
Oh, you remember stuff.
I remember something.
Nice.
I'm sure we're
That's why you gotta do method.
Anyway,
Why do you like that?
it's bad instrumental. Thank you guys so much for voting. Everybody
Oh, you got it.
Something like that. I couldn't tell you the exact name for it. I don't even know what I know what Aaron's before to like the, I want to say late 50s, early 60s.
Oh, you're so good. You have played this day in your life.
I have absolutely no
And you got that?
knowing relative.
Or just knowing Once if I need to have a car, and once mom is going to go.
The counter.
My mom's all more broken.
Oh no.
I don't have to worry. That's more
No.
It's impossible.
No, leave me alone.
When I hear your mind direction, my mom and my dad passed away. I would be the same old there.
I always forget you have to do a weight cancer on that.
I don't know what to do right now.
Basically, apart from I don't know, I've been old. I thought it was like 6 or something when I was born. I'm 30 something now. He's got it 98. It's just like,
I'm talking about it's sad, but it's not a shock.
no, I think it was good how it happened. Like, in the hospital, not looking good, like sepsis. Well, that's just hard to recover from when you're healthy. Awesome to recover when you're not healthy. Yeah, like, and then like weeks later, like, they were like, catatonic. And I get dragged out like that. That was like terrible for my aunts and uncles.
What's it? You put the link there. Oh, that.
Down back with plus 2?
I thought I was doing double two
What's the name of that?
You have a low, right?
Yeah, well, I can't remember how to do it.
That could be like, knowledge, hopefully.
It's like, it's forward and then like neutral forward.
At least you can move on. It feels kind of horrible to analyze it now, right? So it's kind of scientifically, but like, it needs to happen. You don't let that shit out. If you don't let that shit out, it just gets stuck in there.
You got electric. I got a couple. I can do like 3 in one game. Actually, in 7, I practiced electrics, and then I never played them for like 3 years after. So, you know. Alright. Yeah. I still don't understand how Richard does electrics with one hand.
Like a very wrote this too. Pause for laughter. Have like read the whole thing. I've never experienced that kind of setup, but I do feel like there's something sweet about it. It's like a very big.
Every time I get the
Like, don't be sad that I've passed on. Celebrate the good times. Remember the good times. Have a fucking party. Have a fucking orgy. I don't care. Like, just, don't cry. But don't cry just because. Like, more is what you need to.
Win button.
Still gonna close with the same stuff.
It's like some people need to have that in the big,
One more and then I need to play.
do that, and then afterwards, have a fucking pizza, go and smoke a joint, have a bunch of people, have a go around, like, remember the good times,
Is it tournament mode? I guess it's a tournament mode.
I am gone. I have gone.
Means that you can't restart.
Don't let that continue. I find a bunch of them when they're finally getting pulled out of South Africa, they're on the boat.
I want to get that.
General comes out. Normally you stand for the general. Did you not have been out?
Got the lowest coming.
For 2 years. Like in the field.
Trying to look there.
Not a single one of them fucking
Alright,
stood.
one more.
General did not
One
say
more.
anything because he knew. They all had arms on them still. They would have fucking shot him and thrown him in the water.
I beat you, I think. Actually, I don't think I beat you.
But it's just like, alright, this is just how it is. Boys, you're going home.
Definitely wouldn't be able to take you in the name.
Also, bad
So that grandfather moves to Canada, learned how to speak English while getting his accreditations for carpentry. I cannot imagine learning English as a second language and then having to do a test in English.
I've never seen anybody do that for
Your
your
livelihood.
livelihood.
Which is, yeah.
That's right.
I have not been
It really is.
I don't like those smack.
I'm doing the wrong one
I
too.
said you learn
how to do
through
it.
the
When you get that power,
I
don't
don't
have to
recommend
not do
it.
it quickly, and then you can do this. Like,
I learned how to speak English and you learn carpentry.
I'm looking forward to the pizza bracket.
And then you take your test and better versus carpentry.
If I go through, I'll play for. I've never played pizza a day in my life, but I get my first strike this spot.
Something to that, like,
I'd be happy to be part of that. Is that this Friday? I don't think so.
Like, it's tied into the
Right. I might be happy.
I find it. And like, I come from a.
Oh, that was a real.
I'm like the dumbest fucking person.
Leave me alone.
So I'm like, oh man. That's
like,
why I'm a person.
He's out.
It's great about it. Learn how to speak English and do carpentry skills. No wonder everyone from the family except for me.
there's a lot of different traits. Intelligence, educator, but I know how you feel.
Look, man, it's hard when you're related to a bunch of engineers and medical professionals. You're just over here like, yeah, I know how to do stuff for computers, and now I write myself. I like the arts. What's wrong with you?
We're gonna do one more too, because I don't know.
I don't know.
Best move.
Yeah, no, we all have our avenues. Yeah, my dad owns a pilot for helicopters.
Your brother's an aviation engineer, right?
One of them's an engineer and the other is an aviation mechanic.
Oh my God.
I work on all
You gotta do approach dash 1+2.
lawnmowers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot that existed.
Yeah. Mid-set coaching, I should have done that.
Fuck. Yeah, what I'm doing.
Honestly, it's very stuffy.
That jump over? No, I usually do. Good job.
No, that's my friends a lot. I'll whip something and then go straight to the front and then just like.
Alright, Reed, go for it. I'm gonna
It's
step up
definitely
for a
not
second.
something you get away with at a high level, but I'm like, yeah, it was some people.
Goes under a lot. That's what my thing. Somebody thief my drink? This one's mine, I guess. This one.
What time does it come at?
I don't even know where it leaves from anymore. There's a bus stop around down it.
You live in Oakridge, right?
Yeah.
It's a damn shame. I used to live there my entire life until the last 2 months, so now I live in North London.
Yeah, I live like Midwest Green Road, right there on the
Like literally right beside the school.
Yeah.
Those are my ends. Yo, like it's above the cheers.
Oh, I didn't do that.
That's gross. There's just a big round of bus stop is, and then I'm just going to go rush. Yeah, I used to catch it from somewhere completely different when I was downtown.
If you miss it, I'll give you a ride.
Alright, so we're going to get it at 11:09 or 11:39. Honestly, I like I don't have to be bound to like R1 or something on here because playing a speedrun sucks. I press it every time, you know, and then lose.
The amount of times I've accidentally hit my speed button, I'm like, oh, you can do that. Like, the free thing already is so bad. Like, I just need to have the objective because if I have it, I'll press it. I'm not well informed. Nah, it's been a while.
I want to see your button. I want to see your last button.
This is not a matchup I'm good with. I could do with learning it though. Actually, I played a lot of video in Tekken 7, but I haven't played this one yet.
7 I liked her a lot.
She was really good.
This game though.
It's been a while since I played her. A long time. It's like the knowledge check is like going with the dog against doing stuff and it's like, no, don't even know what I'm doing. When I went to take my son, I get stuck in stances and I'm like, that was before.
What's the difference when you do low? Now I like to do first.
Mid-set punching back.
Why did we just rip it?
Oh yeah, what did you do now?
Not my
They never counter hit on it.
Did I forget? 4-second stance.
That's complicated.
I'm gonna press the PS button and tab out like LFGC.
Did you know whenever he gets radar?
Yeah.
I literally have never watched an
Did you
LFGC
like
in my life.
talk about how you can't watch the cutscene and press the PS button? I'm gonna start mixing that up. That goes so far.
I got a few games out there. So, that's a new... I hope it's only constantly diagrams that you made. My brain says
I don't know why it's gonna be a Flamingo. I think isn't Flamingo a move? Or it's to be, yeah.
My strategy
As a combo starter, but it's gonna be a Flamingo.
I was like, if I roll around enough, surely I'll get away with it, right?
Combo starter? Yeah. You need to down 3-4 after it. No? No. Or 3 spoons. Nice.
If I remembered my combo, that would have done good damage.
I'm dead. Nice. It is in tournament mode. Nice break.
Oh, why did I do that?
Did it work? Yes!
Yes, I did a move and I got stuck in his hand. Sorry.
Retard!
The fact that you can just do that while you're stuck in Star, I always forget. Like, one of my friends plays it and I'm like, I should know this.
Oh, nice.
The only Oki's argument, but that's too good. I'm gonna have to stop playing so much again. It's so close.
Get into ranks. Get into ranks.
One time I get the club because I god.
That's crazy. Big damage.
Big damage. I wasn't expecting that wall break. I was like, I'm good. I'm out of my line.
Yeah, good. Nice.
He's remembering what to do now. He's beginning to believe.
I still can't. I can't remember what the damn. I swear it was 4-3 was a move, but apparently it's just not.
I remember his second combos.
I know I crit my stick. Oh, that didn't sound right.
I'm okay. Still working on my other one. I don't know where it is. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. Also, I can't find flappy kicks.
Up 4-3+4? Oh, that one.
Yeah, you know the counter hit launcher. I don't remember what it is.
You know if it's right forward or left? I think it's that. Backlash after jumping style. Yeah.
I don't want to do backlash. It's just hard to divine. It's because I don't have 3+4
Right.
bind.
You have to do 3+4 and do that. Yeah.
see it and get it covered by screens.
I just pressed it. I'm in. Are you?
Oh, I guess not. Like this.
Oh, I
Because I unplugged.
I kicked you out of
My
it.
fault.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah, you know so you know Parang's 3 slide 4?
Yeah.
He does like a little double
Yeah.
kicks or flips in the air. He does a move when he does a launch, and then he does like it's either forward 3 or forward 4, but I couldn't remember what it
So
was.
it's back four.
No,
Or it's like the neutral four?
it's forward something.
Okay. Well, in Tekken 7, the
Oh
combo
no,
was...
maybe it could be neutral 3, but it's something. I swear it's something that puts him in stance. Then he does 3 slide 4, and then he does like the up forward 1 3 plus 4 things.
Yeah. I forward
To my remembering. Then there was another route where you do a bunch of up 3s, but I don't remember.
I don't even know
I never learned that one.
What is up 3?
He like jumps in the air with one big kick.
That's up 3? Oh,
Got a bunch of whams and
I
rays.
like the demonstration. That's pretty good.
Audio, I hate you. Why you dunked it and then just did nothing?
For a second, I was just like, oh, wait, is the office here?
I don't know this matchup at all.
You're toxic. You lose one set, you play fucking Claudio?
This fucking guy.
Claudio is very proud of Claudio is very proud of
Come on! I'm only playing in local.
If you play Claudio,
I
you're
love
not
having
laughing.
boost that's unfuckable. Can't size 7, can't whatever. Oh, wow.
What's the power from? Oh, it's back. Alright. Time to see what this is start.
4-4-30.
Yeah, nerf, right?
She's so fun like that.
It's still open.
What the fuck?
Damn, you just
No
got out of
thing.
that. You just got smoked.
I didn't get the combo because I thought this combos don't work.
No, damn it.
Oh, I can take my time. I thought something to get you with that setup, not you, but I do it.
That was the movement. Nice.
Side step. It always gets me with audio, I'm never expecting so many fucking bodies in Tekken. Yeah. It feels like I'm playing Guilty Gear or something, but I should just be crouch blocking.
No, you shouldn't against this game. That's the thing. All his lows, other than his key smash, are pretty low. They give it rough range but not high damage. Like,
So it's kind of annoying.
so it's supposed to annoy you, and if you want to dodge, that's the gameplay.
I had Guilty Gear break for a second. I was like a back throw.
That one moves.
I tried to back throw because I was cool when I did.
Oh yeah, okay.
That hop kick jump scares me every time. It's so weird. After every time you do the 1-2, it's like, it's my turn now, right? See, every time, I'm like, my turn, I'll just do. Surprised by the whole thing. I thought they just like a jab, jab, grab, and then you just like...
Yeah, it goes under hands sometimes. Sometimes under feet.
That's scary.
That's not good, yeah. Lucky. I got it. Oh, nice.
I don't know how to adjust the horizon. First time anyone's actually got hit by that, so it goes into stance.
That? Yeah.
Seem I could never remember how to actually capitalize on it.
Oh! Wow. Nice stuff.
I'm gonna have to go home and learn neural access combos.
Whoa. No.
Did you get my combos?
What do you mean? That's the first time I've done that with the whole game.
I'm just a huge audio hater.
I know. I get it. I also kind of hate it. Even as I'm playing it, it's kind of funny though. I don't know how this works.
You play one of the cool characters. Don't do this to yourself. Don't tarnish your reputation.
Oh, did it change that? Oh, I didn't think you were gonna do that. Okay.
I'm not used to the double.
I know that either. I didn't remember that was okay. Thinking Hachi.
Yeah, audio, like, no one I know plays him, so I don't play him.
Yeah. We have
Every
like
time I fight one on
4
one, I'm scared
Claudios
of him.
London, which is kind of funny.
Every time I fight one on one, I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared.
At least he's simple enough that once you get it, you get it. But you get it. Oh. Whoa. Nice. Okay, fuck.
Under the roll on
I'll take one more.
Instead of bomb.
Every time. I gotta stop pressing buttons and wake up.
Oh, wake up is, yeah, I do too, so I get it. Nice, there you go.
The issue is maybe my combos.
Fair enough. Oh, shit.
Again, I could have picked up off that if I knew what I was
That one too is stupid. It's actually harder to sidestep than I would want it to be. I'm so
You shouldn't have to sidewalk, you should just hit one step.
yeah. I always parry it.
Yeah, but now they made lost hitting 1-1 is safe and wall splash now. It's the stupidest fucking thing.
Why?
I hate that change more than the guard break.
Right?
I hate it so much.
get my like off the flight.
What?
Oh my god.
What happened? That's great.
Yeah, that was a weird attack. I felt like that. Oh, we couldn't slice. I was trying to crack you, but we couldn't slice at all.
That one was stupid. I want to go with what is your bus? What is your bus?
I can still either look at one other than all the other options.
Wrapping up.
You want to do one more and then go? Alright. That's good.
So remember, don't press buttons on wake up or I'm gonna eat arrows.
Don't.
Apparently,
Stay on the ground. I'm running at it. You can find the feet.
God, stop. You're a safe button there. I know, and then I don't do it anyway.
down too?
I can play. You want to play?
Yeah, I want to play.
Oh, that is toasty.
Yeah, but we have to play.
Don't get too close to that.
Someone's got a varsity pass.
You want to go left or right?
I don't care.
I go left.
I'll go wrap this up somewhere else. You can see. Don't mind that. That is the broken cover that I made.
That's yours?
This is.
Let's go. How is your Anna?
I don't even think I've played her since like the week she came out, but it's not that hard, so I just don't know if I'll remember the combos on YouTube. But I'm gonna try.
Well, it sounds like you could have taken some fun and have it.
They're not like hard combos.
Fucking put this shit on
Cat?
shit off.
Cat, is that your drink? Alright.
Not the kind of person to forget things.
Alright, good to see you again. I'll try and make it out soon.
Is this the first time you've been back since the last time I saw you?
Yeah. No, actually, I came the week after that to Weston and you weren't there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I didn't show up again after that.
I was like, because I haven't been here in like 2 months.
I could track down Sunny so that I could take the bill.
Alright, good to see you.
Zucker got a sock like a hit or something.
Yeah, you guys act like it. There's a mid though. Mid's minus 14.
No, you could have stopped.
No! We're gonna go for the road sweep. I don't know what's happening. I don't know.
Anna Williams! How the fuck do you think I got fucking second king booster? Good match.
We're 12 fight like that.
It was like sitting on the floor in my car and the car would have seen it there. So I guess that's what he thought.
I did not want to do that. I did not mean that.
Up forward move? That's like yeah.
No, 4-4-2.
Okay. You didn't work out.
That was confused. It's a good one. That's a fucking great one.
Wait, maybe it's like everybody's I like
Everything is hard. Like, literally everyone said that back in the day, it's just like, yeah, she's good, but it's really
I should have done
How fast is that load, you know?
It's pretty quick. I think it's like 20, 18, 19, something like that.
So it's 20 or less.
It's not reactive.
Oh, I know.
Okay. Okay, neutral blaster, damn.
What? That was my
Oh, nice fight.
Forget the guaranteed follow.
One second sparring off, but I guess it was Up forward to his 16. 1
Last game, 7 of them. I didn't realize the number.
Really good offense,
I remember in 7, you could always step ahead of the game and do a quick intro. I was like in class. Pick up
How close is that?
If the greatest hero shark, it wouldn't let me like I'm, you know, like there's not enough time. It's like a clock street. Right, but I would be sleeping because my mic would never have out. Like I literally didn't have enough time. It's hard. I feel like I'll get away with like some greasy thing one time and I'll be like, oh, I can totally do that. Right. But if you do a full charge play, it's like it's like great VR. Yeah. And crush it. He did it.
But that's the first time I've ever seen you go against that.
Try to do that against me. Once in a while, I'm going to work like that.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. What is it? So like that's basically like aside from just you were on in like some random interaction or like no, like the big things are just like I was just like a lot of mileage out of just like basic scraps of having to get you really need to eat. It's more than once a day that I was like, oh, I guess I can do Rock Howard's TV. Yeah, but you don't have a TV. I gotta try to watch that. I'll be right back.
Then we'll try the direction you're stepping.
No, just
I don't like how they change
Nothing, I'm just
What is that?
That was a game!
I was gonna go for the fake out.
Just give it a mix.
Alright, well, but you know, I played against you in ranked randomly.
That's when I found out, to my horror, that forward 1+2 was safe now.
Yes, yeah. And then you remember
That was messed up. It still is messed up.
I don't. Because it really does track both ways.
Reese! How'd you know?
I don't know.